Hello, everyone. Okay, so this has been a while. So Genshin Impact. I've been doing this a lot of playing this game a lot lately. So today I want to go ahead and get this story quest done because we have less than 4 hours to finish do it. I've done all the side content, well, most of it. All this done yet, but my priority is get the story quest done. Let's set up the marker for that. And then after that's done, I don't know. I don't know if am I going back to the Archon storyline, or or maybe I will. I can do just some general exploration, or maybe I'll play a different game for a break. Like I've been thinking about doing Nikkei, and it's having a Twitch drops campaign right now. Let's head down to Fontaine. I should warn people that if you have not done the Fontaine quest, this is going to be spoilers. Oh, there's Triori. I love Chiori's outfit.
Miss Chiori?
Your talk with the investor sure went fast. The aqua bus hasn't even arrived yet.
Okay, what's going on? Well, let's see. You can actually see some skin here, so it's like, does she have like Saibu like my outfit does? But and then she kind of disguised it by having like a jacket that it's also tied under her obi.
Oh? And who are they?
Allow me to introduce you. This is the Traveler and Paimon.
Pleased to meet you.
Likewise! We've heard the owner of Chioriya Boutique is a skilled seamstress, so it's a real pleasure to finally meet you in person.
Why, thank you. I strove to create an outfit that matched her high social station as the demoiselle. So tell me, what happened? I can tell the conversation didn't go quite as expected.
Well, it's like this.
Ugh.
I know, Chiori, you don't have to say it. You did remind me that this investor was a little bit sketchy.
Yes, there's no doubt about that.
Okay, so quick flashback content. Is he? I forget how to pronounce his name. It's French, but his investor just pulled back on his making his.
But how could I pass it up? He offered me twice as much as the others.
That's like too good to be true.
That's the problem.
Yes, but just put yourself in my shoes. After obtaining such an excellent script, it's only natural that I would want to make the most of the film. The budgets that the others had proposed were nowhere near enough. It's difficult to find someone willing to front such a large amount of mora, so...
Don't be sad, Xavier. We might be able to help scrounge up some more together for you.
Oh, thank you, Paimon. That means a lot to me. But the cost of the film is staggering. I'm afraid that any mora we can scrounge together in a short amount of time won't even be able to cover the actors' fees.
We need to move on. What's happened has already happened, and there's no changing it. But now's not the time to give up.
Yeah, I really like this. Aurori jacket. It's not that far off from what I.
What? You're saying that you have a plan?
No, that's not what I mean. I'm simply saying I wouldn't give up just yet.
I mean, you might as well talk it out with the actors and
The actors I recommended aren't just after Mora after all.
Which reminds me, I have yet to meet these characters in the actual story.
And where do you live?
We Malazines live in Mercy Village. The only way to enter is from underwater.
That's not true. I don't think that's true.
Oh, you must be pretty tired
I'm
after
sure there's a
work
case
every day,
system that
right?
gets you.
I mean, you have to swim all that way just to go home.
Oh. Hero to the show. Queen of the Summer Fest. Okay, so I'm guessing this is because I have not done the Archon quest.
We are so thoughtful. But some Malazines choose to live in the court of Fontaine because it's so much more convenient.
This is our stop.
Someone who seems innocent.
Oh, we've arrived, but I haven't
Worries
been
of
chatting with Ava
guys,
yet. I also enjoyed Aval's introductions to Fontaine along the way. Everything you described was so clear and detailed that we can't help but want to hear more.
Crossflake Heron. Oh, isn't that a bird?
Thank you so much. I'm usually working here on this aqua bus, so I hope I'll have the chance to see you again. There are still many more places I'd like to introduce to you.
Welcome to the court of Fontaine.
Chiori, you sure have changed a lot. This is the first time we've seen you since you left Inazuma.
I haven't realized it's been so long. I was in such a rush when I left that I didn't even get to say goodbye.
Thank you for extending the invitation, Mr. Xavier. I'm looking forward to a fruitful trip here in Fontaine.
It's an honor to have the head of the Kamisato clan visit us.
So they're who you meant when you said you had actors coming from Inazuma?
Oh? It's the Traveler and Paimon. Wow, what a coincidence! Ayaka and I were just talking about you on the way here. Are you also here for the film?
We just ran into Xavier earlier and came over with him.
But I'm not an
Alright,
actress. Sir Kamisato and Lady Ayaka are the real actors here. I'm just tagging along with Ayaka to have a good time together.
I thought I would always get the lead role.
About that, I mean, how was I supposed to contact you when I was making preparations for the film? I figured you were probably busy, and I didn't want to disturb you. So I could only keep you in the back of my mind while I sought other actors to play the lead roles in the
Could have
film.
just set up a
I'd been
commission.
thinking about a surprise reunion with you during our trip here, but you still managed to surprise me first.
Oh, so you all know each other already. My, what a coincidence. What are the chances everyone could be brought together here like this? Why don't we go to Hotel de Boer and catch up over a meal? I've already made a reservation.
Huh? Did you reserve 2 spots for us too?
Yes, of course, of course. I'll be sure to tell the boss to serve a few more delicious dishes just to make sure there'll be enough food.
Very well. Then please, kindly lead the way, Mr. Xavier.
I mean, I mean, before I came back, it was a pretty long time. I had a pretty long absence from Genshin as well. 'Cause, my return to Genshin was like 2 years.
Wow, the buildings in Fontaine are so tall. Just look at how big they are. And there's the fountain that Aval mentioned earlier. It really is a magnificent sight. And look at that huge spinning sphere. Where does it get its power? Wait a sec! Could it be one of those clockwork mecha we've heard so much about?
Tell the- So yeah, I actually originally quit. I started Genshin pretty early on, but then I quit in like I think patch 1.5. Oh, I just got burnt out on it. I never uninstalled it. I just got burnt out. Partly because a lot of the I just got tired of the artifact farm in the
Sure is different from what we have
the
in
one
Inazuma.
in the original
describe
2
it?
areas.
It seems like you have to go through a lot more steps to make them. And the flavor has many layers too.
Yes. When I first went to Inazuma, I actually thought the food there tasted a little too bland. It took some time for me to get used to it.
Let's get back to the purpose of this trip for a moment, shall we?
But then on a whim, it came back.
Film been coming along,
Happened
Mr.
to,
Xavier.
by sheer luck,
Already assembled.
roll
most of
the
film
latest
crew,
Archon
lighting
character,
specialist, a prop manager,
and then found
a
that a lot of the
costume
new
designer,
artifact
and
areas
also
are so
bought a
much
copy rights
easier
from the novel's
to
author.
Oh, it's called the Two
grind.
Musketeers, right? I read the script you sent me on the way here. The
A
story
lot less
is pretty
painful.
good.
It's a lot less painful.
Originally, I was planning to start filming as soon as Sir Kamisato and Lady Ayaka arrived in Fontaine, but I'm afraid I've run into a bit of a problem.
Oh? What is it?
It has to do with the film's investor, Mr. Morris. He suddenly informed me this morning that he's encountered some financial trouble and will be unable to release to me the amount of funding agreed upon.
It's said that Fontaine's legal system is well developed. If he has violated the contract, then can't you simply take him to court over the matter?
Well, I'm still more concerned about filming. Even if I were to take him to court, I'm afraid it would take months before the case could even be heard.
Then, is there a way we could raise funds ourselves to solve the problem?
It must be backlog if it
Considered
takes
that
months
option
for it
too,
to be
but
heard.
Unfortunately, it's difficult to gather such a large amount of Mora on such short notice. Besides, we have to consider the film festival's submission deadline.
Mr. Xavier, if Ayaka and I were willing to perform for free, would that resolve the problem you are currently facing?
What? No, out of the question. To have you come all this way just to act for free? Oh, no, that won't do.
There's no need to worry, Mr. Xavier. My brother and I had actually intended to work for free after receiving your invitation.
Yeah, we'll just work for
Inazuma
exposure.
has only recently reopened its borders, and needs to strengthen its relations and cultural ties with other nations. We didn't have many collaboration projects with Fontaine in the past, so we hoped this trip would serve as a good start for the future.
Indeed. You could say that's the real reason why the Yashiro Commission agreed to come to Fontaine.
I understand, but having you two act for free just doesn't seem right.
Not at all. While we're officially here to conduct a cultural survey of sorts, we must express our sincerity if we want to establish formal cultural ties with your nation. This film will serve as proof of friendly cooperation and cultural exchange between Inazuma and
I mean,
Fontaine.
that would work.
It's my hope
Yeah,
that the
I'll
film
pay you
can be
each
finished
one
and released
more.
as smoothly as possible.
They've been technically paid. Although I just want, I always just think take it like an IOU.
If you still don't feel comfortable with this arrangement, I would also be more than happy to be introduced to some other renowned individuals in Fontaine's literary and artistic circles.
Although since they are higher ups in Inazuma, they're more interested about like networking, that kind of
All right. I'll do as you say. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll make sure to cobble together enough Mora now, even if it means selling my house, my camera, and every single family heirloom.
Hello. Welcome to the stream.
Come on now, no need to go that far. I'll also help you out as a brand sponsor.
We can help too. Just say that you got our contribution from some personal friends.
Me too. Even though I didn't bring much more to spend on this trip, it's still better than nothing.
You are too kind, all of you.
From what I've heard, Xavier,
don't know how
he's gonna start fanboying throughout this storyline.
Ew. All right, enough about that. Now that we have Xavier's savings, my support, and 2 leads who are willing to act for free, I think we will be able to make this happen. So, instead of Mora, you'll help with filming and production.
Oh, but how can we help with that?
All right, pull yourself together, Xavier. Tell us if there are still any open positions left among the crew.
All right. Let me think. We still need a camera operator, a clapper loader, and someone to manage logistics. I originally wanted to personally serve as director, but I've been too busy working as the producer. So the positions of director and director's assistant will also need to be filled.
Paimon knows what the director and the logistics support person do, but what's a clapper loader?
The clapper loader is responsible for using the clapper board to record and organize the information of each shot when the camera operator begins shooting. The work requires both patience and careful attention to detail.
I wonder if they even still do capper loaders nowadays. I remember watching a YouTube video on where some amateur filmmakers made a trailer to a Mark Rober movie. And when they got to start putting their sets together, for their first thing, they got a clapper loader, but then after that, they just stopped using it. Well, because it was such a relatively small project, it didn't need it.
A clapper board? Oh, you mean the thing they hold that goes clap whenever they start filming?
Yes, that's right. Are you interested in that job?
For sure! Paimon's always wanted to try that.
All right, then you'll be our clapper loader. I can find someone from the store to help with logistics. What do you think, Xavier?
Well, fine by me. As for our camera operator, I was thinking of letting the Traveler take the role.
Okay.
Oh, she's great when it comes to using a camera. Paimon can't even count how many things we've taken photos of during our journey.
Yes, that's also what I was thinking. I noticed the Traveler had an eye for photography and composition when we worked together.
Okay, this is probably he's probably referring to a previous story event that I missed, because I don't remember doing that. There's a separate world quest where you work with him, but I don't remember. I don't know what previous photography and composition.
I'm sure that's due to the traveler's journey across Devat and all the places they've seen. After so many adventures, using a camera must be second nature by now.
What do you say, Traveler? Are you interested in the job? Thank you.
Well,
It really means a lot to me. Come on, friend. Let me give you a big warm hug.
I think we.
So all that's left
Well,
for
he definitely is enthusiastically and passionate.
Oh, me! I want to be the director's assistant. All we need to do is help the director, right? I can handle that.
Now I'm wondering if Xavier is actually the one. Fontaine is like culturally French encoded, but he does have a lot of like American. But like, I wonder if it has a little bit of Americanism in it. Like, is that a display of emotion? I think that's more American thing.
All right, then all we need is a director. Oh, all the well-known directors in Fontaine are probably also busy working on their own films these days. I'm not sure who will have time to help.
Okay, I'm gonna. I should warn people in the chat. We're gonna meet the director soon, but it's gonna be some big spoilers for the Archon quest, in case that matters. So if you decide you want to get back into Genshin Impact, or if you have not played, or you care about spoilers for the Fontaine Archon or main story quest, you're going to see some spoilers soon. Just a fair warning to everybody.
Oh, Farina helped out a theater troupe recently by serving as an artistic consultant. She could be a good director, right? Besides, it's not like she has anything else to do right now.
I feel like it. I feel like it was required that I give a fair warning.
Farina? Do you really think Lady Farina would be willing to help us with our humble project?
That's fair.
Isn't that the name of Fontaine's Hydro Archon?
I keep bouncing around on the gacha games. I keep trying to move away from it, and then I get distracted by them again.
Yep, that's her. She helped out.
I mean, that was partly why I quit. That was the other reason why I quit Genshin Impact in the first place. It was just taking up way too much time.
Well,
Okay, Paimon was referring to.
I saw that musical. Her performance was perfect, and the storyboards were also excellent.
One thing I saw was neat about Farina's story quest is that they actually paid out the money to get a French singer for it.
Don't let her former identity intimidate you. She's the best candidate we can think of right now. You'll never know until you give her a shot.
Oh, my font? Let me see. I have to go to Stream Analyst to find out what font I'm using. I can check that later if you want.
fine. You're right, Shiori. I'll do anything for the sake of my film. Anything! Then I'll have to ask the Traveler and Paimon to show me the way to Lady Farina's residence. I just hope she'll agree to help.
Do you need us to also come along?
No, there's no need to trouble you with this. Besides, you've just arrived in Fontaine, and I'm sure there are many places you would like to visit. Just leave this task to me. It's part of my duties as the producer.
Very well. Then we'll be waiting to hear the good news.
I'll go with you. By the way, you might want to consider bringing a gift.
And don't worry, we won't simply drop you off at Farina's place. We know Farina pretty well by now, so having some familiar faces there should help your chances. Besides, the whole thing was our idea in the first place.
All right, then I'll start making preparations. As for the gift...
A gift for someone who was once seen as the Hydro Archon. I wonder what she would like.
I recall that Lady Farina once fancied a clockwork ring, so perhaps I should get another exquisite clockwork contraption for her.
Huh? Can't we just bring some desserts, like the Fontaine mousse?
But wouldn't that be a little too cheap? She does like desserts, though.
Oh, I actually saw the clip of her reaction to getting desserts.
Isn't the Fontaine
It's
festival
really cute.
happening right now? I heard Aval tell us on the Aquabus that Farina introduced the tradition of going door to door and asking for sweets.
I still am amused by the fact that Farina basically introduced Halloween trick-or-treating.
To do something like that, she must have a real sweet tooth.
I agree with Yoimiya. If the gift is too fancy, it might actually make her feel more uncomfortable.
I might feel like a bride.
Alright then, let's go buy some Fontaine mousse.
But will that really be enough? We'll be asking her to do a lot of work, you know.
You're right. We need to further sweeten the deal.
Huh? You want something even sweeter than Fontaine mousse?
Yes, we'll need a gift that's sweeter than any dessert in the world.
Okay, what is that?
But what could that be?
Your words of praise.
Okay, yeah, Farina is weak to praise. Okay, got a cooking recipe. house.
We're here! This is where Farina lives.
Okay, I'll go knock on the door.
Coming. Seriously, who's knocking before afternoon tea? Who are you?
There's her Farina, the former hero Archon. Someone who has already completed the Archon quest still gets these character intros. She who once stood above the Green's opera house as the Hydro Archon, looking down upon all below her. Farina has now left the stage and entered the mortal Indonesia. Yeah, that's I think the eye is probably because of her. I suspect it's because it's hard to say if it's because she was the Archon, or if it's because of what she wasn't originally human. To go into the because it's later learned in the Archon quest. I'll move my mic forward. I probably shouldn't find like a branching arm for my mic, so I can move it and position it closer. Or is it my filters? I wonder if it my I don't think it's my compressor. No, that one didn't do it. Wait, that's got my noise gate. What's the volume set for it? No, that's not it. I'll just raise the volume a bit. Just a tad. Let's see. Though she no longer acts as the Archon, there are many in the court of Fontaine who still revere her and consider her an idol. Her passionate personality, which draws her to the spotlight, cannot be changed overnight. Compelling stories overflowing with emotion are still being told and performed, just as before. Only from now on, Farina finally needs not stand on a high looking on from afar. Though the curtain has fallen to her life as a god, her life as a human has only just begun. Okay, so yeah, it just flat out spoils it.
Lady Farina, please allow me to introduce myself. I am Xavier, a film director.
Hello. Oh, is that the traveler in Paimon I see behind you? And who's this?
I'm Chiori.
Ah, the one from Chioria Boutique. Hello, hello.
Maybe it's still losing volume. Let's see. Okay, I'll move my mic a little bit more. Okay, maybe that would help a little bit. Okay, made some more adjustments to the mic.
So, what are you all doing here? Do you need something?
No, we just came to because we wanted to see your look at your funny nails.
Did you just get up, Farina? It's already past noon, you know.
Sometimes I wonder if this was a last minute. This is unlikely the case, but sometimes I wonder if this try to be nice or this next part was like a last minute addition due to the reactions to the Farina story quest, where there was a lot of negative reaction to Paimon being very insensitive to Farina, kind of recovering from a really bad mental health headspace.
Huh? Oh, Paimon means the weather is so nice in the afternoon and the sun is so warm. Just like how you make us feel. Sleeping in late is a really smart idea.
Although this is kind of funny.
No. I was just up late last night reading some novels. What does sleeping in have to do with the weather?
Okay, friends, just like me, staying up late. Because I do that all the time. For more talking, because the number one reason why I end up staying late is because I will do some last minute reading.
This is a small gift we've prepared for you, Lady Farina. We hope you like it.
No need to be so formal. I'm just a regular person like everyone else now. Oh, is this Fontainalia mousse? It's one of my favorites.
I love this reaction. It's so cute.
That's great! So, actually, there's something we need your help with. Given your renowned passion and understanding of drama, I would like to ask that you serve as the director of our...
Yeah, exactly. Just one more page, just one more chapter, and I'll go to sleep. And so, in my case, the worst case, it's like, oh dear, it's 7 in the morning.
Oh, but didn't you just say that you're a director?
Yes, but for this particular project, I'm mainly working as a producer. Besides, I'm sure that your understanding of the performing arts far surpasses my own, Lady Farina.
Are the Traveler and Paimon also part of the film crew?
Yep, we sure are. Paimon's the clapper loader and she's the camera operator.
Camera operator? That can be a pretty technical job, and it directly affects the final quality of the film. Are you really up to it?
I have experience. I can show you. Like, well, one of the mini games has been doing like basically composition.
No, I'm not questioning your abilities. It's just that I've never really seen you use a camera before.
Maybe you can come up with a test for the Traveler and see for yourself. If she can satisfy you with her camera skills, then you'd have nothing to worry about and can join the team. What do you say?
You sure are getting better at rolling with the situation, Paimon. Oh, I do wish to see how skilled the Traveler really is with a camera. All right, how about this? We'll work with what we have. I'll give you some scenarios and see if your work is up to my standards.
Okay. Whatever you say, Director Farina.
It's essential for the camera operator to understand the director's vision. I'll make my decision after seeing your work. Are you ready? I have high standards, you know.
Yep,
Okay.
I'm ready.
Grab the camera and I'll give you a scenario.
Estelle is the boss of Beaumont Workshop and has always been proud of her washing machine, as it is not as it can not only precisely control strength of temperature, but also take no effort from the blacksmith. Let us film a promotional video for her workshop. Remember to emphasize the security of her forging machine. Okay. Okay, now we should. Okay. The forging machine at work. And it works citrusly. Okay. Weapons ranged in boxes. What's this cake down there? And it shows off the workshop. I would almost think this, but this is probably. One thing I'm wondering is, like, I know that Farina's character demo trailer had a bit of a more echoes the silent film era of Hollywood, but when they got, but I have to wonder. Sometimes I wonder if these mini games make it seem like the films in Fontaine are more silent films. On the other hand, as we'll soon see when we start actually filming this,
it appears that you have more skill than I thought.
Starts filming it, it sounds like it does have sound.
All the shots had a great composition, and I could really feel a connection to the characters and their lines.
What characters?
Yeah! Does that mean you agree to be our director, Farina?
There was no acting in that. That was pure camera composition.
Did you think I would agree just like that? After our performance of the Little Oceanid, I've begun to make a name for myself again, you know. In fact, I've already had several troops approach me for the Fontaine Film Festival. Unfortunately, the scripts were all pretty boring and didn't pique my interest.
This is Fontaine. Why would ninjas be in Fontaine instead of Inazuma, the Japanese theme place? Or does France have ninjas I don't know about? That would be a character for ninjas.
Hey, but didn't we have a deal? What else do we need to do to convince you, Farina?
I don't think Paimon said. I don't think she said she will work for us. She just wanted to see if the Traveler can actually do a decent job as a camera operator.
Well, what about the pay?
Huh?
You know, how much you're willing to pay me to be the director? The pay is also an important factor for me to consider, you know.
I like how Farina seems so far is the only one that is worried about the pay.
Well, I can offer you this much?
What? That's all? If Nervulet were to hear of this, he could charge you with underpaying your labor.
She doesn't work for exposure. And for context, Nervulet is the Chief Justice.
I'm sorry, but our crew is in a tight financial spot at the moment.
I see. Well, even though it's highly unlikely now that I'll join your crew, there's still something I'd like to ask. Exactly what film...
I might have to put it in slow motion if I'm going to spawn.
Oh, our script is an adaptation of The Two Musketeers.
Huh? Wait, you mean the suspense thriller novel that was a #1 bestseller?
Oh, so Farina's read it too.
Of course I read it. I've always had a keen interest in artistic works that strike a chord with the populace. I see. It all makes sense now. You must have used most of the budget to pay for the copyright.
So they have copyrights on
Not really. The novel's author transferred the copyright to me practically for free once he heard that I wanted to make a film adaptation of the story. The lack of budget is due to another issue.
He probably just wants to get his name out there. So, Mora isn't the most important thing to him right now.
So I think there's a bit more to it than...
It reminds me of a delivery courier who wears one of my designs while traveling all across Teyvat. I didn't charge her much for the outfit either. The exposure she provides for my brand is well worth it.
So, are you a big fan of this story, Farina?
Well, it's alright. The pacing of the story is good, but the character relationships could use some work. When I was reading it before, I always felt like some things were left on a rather unsatisfactory note. I have high standards, you know.
This makes it sound. She makes it sound like it's one of those stories that where you really engage with the work, but it has enough flaws. You're like, I want to fix it. I can fix it. But it's like one of those fanfic stories that you're like, I like this. I like the setting, or I like the characters, but there's something else about it. Is like it's just wrong, and I can fix it. Just let me fix it. Which is kind of like how similar to have when you have those flawed characters, and you're like, I can fix her, or I can fix him.
Mr.
Read Twilight?
Xavier,
Oh dear.
if, hypothetically speaking, I agree to be the director, how much freedom would I have in terms of script revisions and creative interpretation?
Oh, as much freedom as you would need. I wouldn't dare doubt the tastes of Fontaine's greatest star.
That line, the way that line, he's like totally fanboying. Like, wherever you want.
Good. Then I'm free to alter the script as I see fit.
Absolutely, no problem.
All right. It seems that your crew really can't go on without my care and direction.
Although I wonder how much the French auteur filmmaking, or I'm not sure the exact word for it. That was the French movement. Oh, French New Wave. A French art film movement that emerged in the late 1950s. I'm not sure how much it. I'm not sure how much it relates to that, but I wonder if there's a little bit of that coming. If they look into that for some inspiration in this storyline, since Farina is now a movie director, and it seems like, from what little I've heard, correct me, I could be wrong, but from what little I heard, that's where that movement is what really kind of made directors into a major artistic creator, I guess, or recognized one behind movies. So that's why, like, director Steven Spielberg or director Chris Nolan are now like sometimes like a big name on top of like the movie stars themselves.
So, you agree?
Yes, I agree. Although the pay is well below what someone of my caliber deserves. A great script calls for a great director. I mustn't let a perfectly good story be ruined due to lack of funds. If you have fine cheese and bread, you wouldn't just let it sit on the counter and get moldy just because you lack an oven, right?
Well, I put it in the refrigerator, actually. But that's assuming I don't forget about it, to be honest.
Oh, Hydro Archon above! I'm not dreaming, am I? Somebody pinch me.
There's no more Hydro Archon, you know. And it's still a little early to celebrate.
That must be awkward for her and to hear him say that. I mean, she is the former Hydro Archon. It's like, imagine you're like a god, and you're like, okay, I'm retired. I'm not a god anymore. Just another human being. And then someone's like, thank you, God. I'm like, I retired.
There's a lot that goes into shooting a film. Although the trickiest tasks of finalizing the script and casting the actors have already been taken care of, we'll still need to reserve filming locations. Not to say set up lighting and props. And by the way, since we'll be filming The Two Musketeers, we'll need to find an action choreographer. Ideally, a professional who has actual experience with muskets.
Yes, I've thought
Oh
about
yeah, this is how they introduce
I was
the
hoping
the
you
next
might
new
know
character,
someone who
which was
could handle
pretty
the job.
clever. I thought it was pretty clever.
Me? If this was before, I could have simply asked Florand. But it's already been some time since I last talked to her.
I mean, she's the one that got you out of your shell. And actually help you clean up your place.
Navia can also use firearms, but unfortunately, her style is quite different from that of the characters in the story.
Yeah, because Navia uses a freaking gun umbrella. She has a little parasol that doubles as a gun umbrella. And then from what I've been hearing, it's extremely powerful.
Could we ask the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol?
I think those are police.
Oh, you mean the Special Patrol's musketeers?
Yes, that's right. They work with muskets every day. I can't think of anyone more qualified than them.
They would be under Nervilette's jurisdiction. Unfortunately, I, don't have any connection with them at all. So, in the end, we still have to start by talking to Nervilette.
You know, the way she says that makes it feel like Farina has a bit of a mental issue with Novelette, partly because she was a bit of like I don't know how to put it, like a movie a diva, I guess is a lack of a better word, when she was a Hydro Akron and kind of gave Novelette a lot of headaches. So I'm wondering if Farina still feels bad about that. And so is one-sidedly trying to avoid Novelette. For what little we heard from Nouvelette's side, he's highly appreciative of everything Farina's done. Of course, he down knows understands why Farina was acting like such a diva. So I hope that in the follow-on patches that Farina and Novelette are able to have a nice serious talk and clear up the air between
No need to go to all that trouble. I know their Captain Chevreuse.
Alright, Chevreuse, that's the new 4-star coming out in a couple of days.
Chiori, how do you know the captain of the Special Patrol's musketeers?
I do plan to do the
Running a business means dealing with some trouble.
the poll to gacha when she comes out in the next couple of days. I don't know if I'm going to stream the gacha polls because I'm kind of conflicted. Because on one hand, it's kind of like that can be fun to do, you know, to pull on the gacha, but it's kind of like, do I really want to popularize that gacha that's kind of exploitative? I don't know.
In return, I've helped her handle a few situations in which the Special Patrol couldn't get involved directly. So, we've gotten to know each other over time.
So you're saying there's been times when the Special Patrol needed a fashion designer to handle a situation? Your work is becoming more and more mysterious.
Or maybe she just has no tolerance for the local Karens and entitled a-holes.
It'd be best to keep it that way. Anyway, enough about that. What do you all think about asking the captain to be our musket action choreographer?
She sounds professional enough. She is a captain after all. I have no objections.
I like how she says objections.
But I imagine the Special
It really
Security
tells
and
you-
Surveillance
it really
Patrol must
helps
be
define
busy
her
with their
character.
duties.
That she's in a nation of
Really
justice.
have time to help with shooting a film? And then there's the issue of pay.
Well, it just so happens that she's also not the kind of person that's just after Mora. As for whether she has time, I'll have to go and ask her first.
Then I'll leave that to you. Macaroni's on sale today, so I've got to go. You can just tell me how things went when we discuss tomorrow's plan later.
No problem.
Having Farina join feels like a big boost to our team.
Okay, I kind of amused how Karina's kind of excited for Macaroni.
Of course. Just wait until the day of our premiere. You'll witness the true power of my name in these lands. You'll be so glad I agreed to help. I can guarantee that even the standing tickets will be sold out. I'll be sure to ask some people I know to see if they'd be willing to act as extras.
Seems like you're finally getting more comfortable with your own reputation now.
Nice that she's actually able to, more willing, more comfortable talking to others too.
I didn't ask for the Clapper Loader's commentary, Paimon.
Then let's get going. I happen to know where Chevreuse is today.
By the way, I'm curious. If my pay is so low, then what about our 2 lead actors? Didn't they travel here all the way from Inazuma?
Actually, they told us that they see the trip as part of a cultural exchange, so they didn't ask for any pay.
What? So is every person in Teyvat who doesn't want money gathered here to shoot this film? Don't tell me Chiori isn't being paid either.
No, she's been paid in exposure.
I already knew Xavier from before, and he's also agreed to give my brand some good exposure.
Yes.
It seems the gods have really smiled upon you, Xavier. And that certainly doesn't include me, mind you.
I feel like that's a double meaning. Because, I mean, she's right that Xavier has got some extreme luck to find a bunch of people that are willing to work for exposure. Well, except for like Farina, but she's willing to take a pay cut just because she likes, for creative freedom and because she likes the script, or at least the original work. Speaking of which, how much time do I have left to complete this? Oh, 2.5 hours. Okay, so I might need to start rushing through the dialogue here to try to get through this. Because, yeah, there's 5 parts to it. So I might need to start skipping through the dialogue. Yeah, exactly. Christmas bonus and everything.
All right. This is the... She's over there. The one with an eye patch reading in front of the newsstand.
Oh, her! Paimon could tell there was something different about her. She seems kinda intimidating.
Please wait here for a moment. I'll go fetch her. She's working now, so...
Working? But isn't she just standing there and reading a novel?
Just trust me.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna try to skip through what I think is relatively inconsequential.
Alright, let's see what happens. Chiori sure is a mysterious
Just try to get as much of the story I can do, because I kind of procrastinated on this.
People.
Christmas bonus, New Year bonus, Christmas gifts, and birthday bonus all lining up. Yeah, exactly.
The court of Fontaine isn't particularly tolerant of visitors from overseas, so it isn't easy for a foreigner to promote their brand here. Even more so in the competitive world of fashion.
Okay, that does explain why Chiori is like, yeah, I'll take exposure. Because, I mean, because she's also running up against not made in home.
Film has to face all kinds of challenges.
Or whatever, I forget
so
the
I
exact
can
wording.
only imagine what Chiori has been through to get where she is today. I'm sure that having more connections has...
Reading on the job?
Detective novel.
One main character?
No. Multiple. Branching storylines.
This sounds like code talk.
I see. How's the plot coming along?
One of the main characters is about to make a choice that will affect the rest of his life. I'd wager he's going to make the wrong choice.
Any way to speed things up? There's something I need your help with.
You know that doesn't depend on me. It all comes down to what the character chooses.
Which is exactly why I'm here to help.
Did he just take a...
All right. It appears he made the wrong choice in the end. Halt!
Yep, that was code talk for what her work.
Huh? What's going on?
Hand over whatever you're holding.
Oh, it's just a book. I didn't buy anything else.
then I'm sure you wouldn't mind letting me have a look.
Excuse me, officer. I don't mind you standing around here, not purchasing anything, but I'd prefer if you didn't disturb my customers. It's bad for business, you know?
Don't give me that act. You won't be able to get off so easily either. I am Chevraz, captain of Fontaine's Special Security and Surveillance Patrol. I will say this one last time, and before you do anything unwise, let me remind you that I'll have you on the ground before you can even think about making a run for it.
I mean, she is armed and dangerous.
All right. But please let me say something first. If there's any contraband in that book, then the shopkeeper here is the one who slipped it in. I don't have anything to do with this.
Wow, that's a very suspicious denial. A very suspiciously specific denial.
Why, you trying to leave me on the hook, huh? You were the one who said you wanted it.
Save it for the interrogation room. Take them away, Letelier.
Oh, was she just waiting off screen?
What's going on here? One second you're reading a book and the next you're escorting people away.
And who are... Oh! Aren't you the traveler who's been all over the papers recently? Chiori, I'm assuming what you wanted to ask me about has to do with them, right? Maybe I can let you in on what's happening then. Now that Vacher has been brought to justice, no new shipments of synth will be made and distributed to sellers. The Fontaine guards have been busy collecting the remaining synths still circulating on the market.
Okay, so quick summary from what I read. Vacher was a drug dealer / serial killer, and synth is basically a new drug. I can leave it at that.
Thanks to a tip from our reliable source here, this should be the very last batch.
So I guess she was acting like the DIA?
Oh, so you were pretending to read a book in order to catch the bad guys. Oh, Paimon almost forgot to introduce ourselves. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler and Xavier.
Hey, I'm Chevraz. You probably already heard me introduce myself, so I won't bother repeating.
Yeah, why didn't you make a move as soon as you had the chance? Were you worried that my intel wasn't accurate?
No, I wanted to see if the shopkeeper would turn himself in first. All he had to do was come up to me and say that he didn't know where the synth had come from. If he did that, then I wouldn't have had to press charges on him.
That really worked? Yes, officer, I have a bunch of drugs in my backstock warehouse. I have no idea how it got there. Oh, okay, yeah, we'll totally not charge you for possession of illegal drugs. And what?
He had the whole day to turn the synth over to Chevraz. But instead, the moment I came up and blocked Chevraz's line of sight, he took the opportunity to sell it off.
Okay, to be slightly fair, it might have. I also actually watched the Archon Quest to know for sure. It might just recently got banned. So there's maybe there was a grace period to okay, this drug is now banned. Turn it in. And instead of turning it in, he's like, I'm just gonna sell it on the slide here.
Yep, he made the wrong choice, even though the right choice was right there in front of him.
But you knew they wouldn't make the right choice.
Yeah, I knew. I was just hoping I'd be wrong for once. Enough about that, though. What did you want to ask me about?
Oh, you see, it's like this.
The Two Musketeers. You certainly have a good eye for a story. So what do you need me to do? Just be the action choreographer for the actors?
And making sure people don't actually shoot each other in the face? In other words, basic gun safety?
Yes, that's right. I want to make sure we get all the details right. I want the actor's posture and understanding of firearms to be as realistic as possible. However, I'm afraid this work will require a bit of your time, since you'll have to be present whenever we're filming. Also, as for the pay...
That too. I was tempted to make a reference to that certain real life incident over at a movie, but I wasn't sure if I should say, directly mention that or not.
No need to say any more. I'll join.
And just
Just like that.
Really? You're willing to help us with our humble film project?
Sure, it's no big deal. As I said, we've wrapped up our investigation here, so I don't have any other tasks on my plate for the moment.
are you just bored? Is that it?
Besides, I personally really like this novel. I even have the collector's edition at home. Stories where justice prevails over evil never get old for me.
Oh, she's a fangirl. Okay.
Then we've got a deal?
Yes, I'll see you on set tomorrow.
Oh my! I can hardly believe it! I should tell Lady Farina immediately. Oh, and I must tell the prop manager and lighting technician to get everything ready. We start filming tomorrow!
Calm down, Xavier. The film is going to take more than just a day to finish. Still, I should also head back now. And
Alright, guess that's it for today.
Traveler, Paimon, please stay for a moment. I have something to tell you.
then I'll take Xavier back. Poor thing. He's so excited that he can't even walk straight anymore. I don't want to spend our first day fishing our producer out of the fountain.
It's been our first day fishing. Is he really? I don't think he'll pass on.
Better.
Wait, where did she go? What's she doing all the way over there?
So what did you want to tell us, Chef?
Have you read The Two Musketeers?
I heard a bit about it.
The story is about a pair of children born into the household of a baron and their struggle to survive together and take revenge for their mother. They were raised at the baron's estate, where their mother worked as a maid. The two were illegitimate children that the baron had with the maid.
So even
they
though
were
I said
never
I
treated well
heard
by
about it,
anyone.
you're still going to explain the story to me.
One day, upon returning home,
Well, they say it's
found
made
their
the trouble
mother
to
had been
explain the story
murdered
to
and
chat.
left dead on the floor. It was quite evident that the culprits were the other members of the baron's household, who never had any kind words to say to them.
That's a bit extreme. You know what? We don't like this. We don't like you, so we're going to kill your mother.
However, the baron was able to exert his influence and keep the whole thing under wraps. The mother's death was eventually deemed as a suicide, and there was no chance of bringing her murderers to justice. The two siblings decided to flee and someday avenge their mother. Many years later, members of the baron's family suddenly started turning up dead one after the other, all killed by gunshot. A rainbow rose was found on each of the victims' bodies, being the flower that the kid's mother liked best.
I'm not sure if Abandoned the Explorer is a good comparison because until relatively recently, Abandoned was full of failure.
The Baron believed that the mother's soul had come to take vengeance on him, so he lived in fear each day.
And it sounds like these two, they didn't need to destroy like the whole planet or like the city, wherever it be the downscale equivalent be to achieve their ends.
But it was actually those two siblings who had fled all those years ago. They relied on each other to survive and trained day and night, eventually becoming adept musketeers. They used all of their abilities to collect evidence and clues before executing their plan and exacting revenge on the Baron. Their actions let the truth behind their mother's death be known to all.
That's quite an exhilarating story.
Yep, the Baron got what he deserved for his evil deeds, and justice was able to prevail.
Although
It's just
I
the
do
kind of
have
story
to
I enjoy.
agree in the sense that going for the whole entire family was probably is rather excessive. If they just went after the Baron,
Oh, so is that why you were so willing to join our crew, Chevroz?
You could say it was one of the reasons.
what's the other reason?
Oh, you mean there were other reasons too?
I've read the reports about you. Whether it was at the trials or when you lent your hand to resolve our nation's crisis,
I haven't done that yet.
you've shown that you've got a strong sense of justice, as well as a great mind for deductions.
Wait, so what you're implying is that there's a case you need our
Yes,
help
you're as sharp as I expected. It seems you've experienced many similar situations before. There's been a recent murder case involving muskets. The perpetrator's methods appear to be very similar to what is described in the novel.
with? So we have a copycat?
Huh. Really? But Paimon didn't see anything about that in today's papers.
Probably because it got censored.
The Marechaussee Phantom hasn't yet released any information to the public because the investigation is currently at a standstill. The murderer is extremely cautious.
A murder involving firearms? But not that many people use those in Fontaine, right?
Do they have like guns?
Impossible. We perform a routine inspection of our firearms and ammo reserves every day. If one of the weapons had been fired, it would stick out like a sore thumb. Besides, I trust the members of my platoon. However... Well, that's all I can disclose about the case today.
Huh?
I hope you all can go back and get some shut-eye. You can decide tomorrow whether or not you'd like to join the investigation with me. I'm aware this might not be the ideal time to add more to your plate, but the more capable people we have, the better the chances that carrying out investigations isn't actually supposed to be our responsibility. Our job is to apprehend the perpetrators. Finding them is really up to the Marechaussee Phantom. You could say I'm taking part in the investigation out of personal interest.
Oh, she's kind of going outside her jurisdiction. Hopefully the Phantoms won't mind her intruding on their turf.
I don't want people to see muskets in a negative way, and also, I'm concerned about the similarity between the crimes and the story.
Okay, what's the slim? Okay, so they both use muskets to kill people. You're gonna have to explain elaborate.
You mean they might be connected somehow?
I suspect so. Just to make myself clear, this is not an order, nor is it a deal of any kind. It's a request, nothing more. If you two have any interest in the case after we finish filming tomorrow and are willing to assist me, then I would be most grateful.
What do you think, Traveler?
It's already been quite a day. Let's give it some thought tomorrow.
Yeah, you're right.
You'd better head back and get some rest. It's good to keep a calm mind. Otherwise, when the moment comes, you might end up like that shopkeeper and not even realize that the...
Okay, part one's done. Now for part two. Until the following morning. Alright, need to... Wait, is it... Oh, I need to be 8 o'clock. Alright, where do you...
Finally time to meet up with everyone. Paimon even... If Paimon...
Oh, there's...
Ayaka, Yoimiya, you're already here!
Good morning. Xavier said yesterday afternoon went well.
Yeah, and how about you, Ayaka? What were you up to yesterday?
After we split up, Ayato went to see Udex Nervillette at the Palais Mermonia.
Oh yeah, you can actually, if you wander around, you can actually run into them and see their conversation. And then I remember seeing a artist on Twitter making a silly post on that. It was really funny. You see them talking to each other, having a serious conversation, and they basically drew Farina just like, "Can we go home now?"
I was originally thinking of going with
cute
him, but he said he could manage it himself. He told me to go see the sights around Fontaine and to enjoy the local culture. So I rode the aqua bus with Yoimiya and visited the opera house on Aranias Island.
Oh, the opera trees.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe what we saw there. 2 mechanical puppets that were dancing together.
There's a
You've
Kappa
seen it,
Ella
right?
and Nemesis a Kappa.
Yeah, those two. Amazing, aren't they?
We sat and watched for quite a while. It was mesmerizing. Like we could keep watching them forever.
Oh, it was the same for us the first time we saw them, too.
Afterwards, we went swimming at the beach. Well, diving, to be exact. It was the first time I ever breathed underwater.
Oh, something else to note. Fontaine is kind of interesting. Is that apparently the waters in Fontaine, apparently they're magical waters and you can breathe it. I don't think they fully elaborated on why the waters of Fontaine you can breathe it, but you can. I mean, the best I guess I could say is probably because it's the source of all water on the planet.
I held Ayaka's hand and we counted down.
And it's also close to the primordial water, which is like the source of life too.
Splash! We were beneath the waves. At first, I didn't dare to open my mouth. But once I couldn't hold my breath any longer, I decided to take a big breath in. Turns out the water wasn't as salty as I imagined. It didn't really taste like anything at all.
I mean, it would technically be fresh water.
Before I knew it, I was breathing like normal down there. It was an amazing feeling. Ayaka said I was too nervous and needed to loosen my grip. She got used to everything way faster than I did.
I mean, fair, I think most people would have the same experience as you would, Yoimiya. I would probably be super nervous about suddenly trying to breathe a liquid.
I knew that the Traveler could do it, so I had no doubt we could do it too. That helped me feel at ease as soon as we dove in. The underwater world in Fontaine truly is beautiful. I love seeing the romaritime flowers blossoming underwater, like little candles lighting up the streets at night.
I will admit that exploring the underwater sections of Fontaine, it's been very enjoyable.
Yeah, and there were so many creatures that we've never seen in Inazuma.
I suppose it also helps that it's combat is de-emphasized and there's a lot less struggling with extreme clips.
Like those fish that shimmer like a sword blade. Whoosh! Oh, and those big fish that call when they see people.
Oh, you mean Hunter's Rays and Blubber Beasts.
Okay, Hunter Rays are basically, I think they were like, what's that flat? Stingrays. Yeah, Hunter Rays are stingrays and Blubber Beasts are basically like seals, I think.
I just love the name Blubber Beast. Just wait till Pops and the others hear about this. They probably won't believe a word I say.
Yoimiya was down there for quite a while. It was dark before we finally rode the aquabus back to the city. I figured she'd want to sleep in today.
Yeah, even I was worried that I wouldn't be able to get up. I still felt like I was drifting in the waves when I went to slide. As soon as I woke up today, I remembered that we'd all be shooting a film together, and I was ready to go.
She's like an Energizer bunny.
Speaking of the film, where's everybody else?
My brother and Xavier were speaking to the restaurant owner about using the place as a filming location. They should be here soon.
Okay, so they're getting
As
permission.
for the others,
We're here.
Chiari, Chivalrous.
Please excuse my tardiness. I just finished the Special Patrol's 6-mile morning jog.
6 miles. Wow.
Wait, 6 miles?
I'm so tired. I heard you all chatting, so I decided to come down. I sure could use some of that endless energy everyone else has.
Me too, Farina. Me too.
good morning, everyone.
Morning. Can someone fetch me a cup of coffee? More milk, hold the sugar.
I would prefer mocha, to be honest.
Sure, I'd be happy to do that for you.
No, you can't go anywhere. Please, have a seat over here so I can get started on your makeup. The last thing I want is coffee stains on my costumes.
Sure, he has such a snarky.
I can get the coffee. It's the perfect job for an assistant.
So much energy. Seriously, what's her secret?
Maybe it says it's all that gunpowder. She is a fireworks maker.
Oh, Yoimiya's always like that. You sure look exhausted, Farina. It's because you're not used to waking up so early, huh?
Of course not. I spent the whole night reading the novel from cover to cover, marking sections that either need to be omitted or adapted.
I mean, well, she's definitely a hard worker.
Wow. Paimon didn't expect you to be so thorough.
Well, I was the biggest star in all of Fontaine after all. It takes more than just a pretty face to earn a reputation like that. I know how to get serious.
By the way, I think that basically means that Farina's doing double duty. Not only she is the director, she's basically acting as the script writer for the movie. Because obviously you can't just like use the script from the books. I mean, you can use it as the base draft, but you need to adjust that script for the movie.
I went all out when I was acting as an Archon, so why wouldn't I do the same for my own life?
Here's your coffee, Director Farina.
Oh, thank you. The sound of being called director and the aroma of coffee feels almost as refreshing as hearing the birds chirping in the morning.
How would you hear the birds chirping when you're asleep?
Ah, it seems everyone has managed to arrive on time.
We've reached an agreement with the restaurant owner. We are free to use the second floor to shoot our film.
Really? That's great!
He is really looking forward to our film and hopes that providing his restaurant as a filming location will attract more customers.
Did he? Did the restaurant owner also accept payment as an exposure?
Well then, Mr. Xavier, I'll leave the rest to you.
Okay, thanks. First, I'd like to introduce our new members. This is our prop manager, Veronique. She'll be in charge of all the film's props and items.
Okay.
And this is Bonneau, our lighting technician. He'll be in charge of lighting and illumination
Bonneau?
to set up each scene's
Bonneau.
atmosphere.
Is that also French? I'm probably gonna forget how it's pronounced in like 2 minutes.
Wow. Sure feels like we have some real professionals joining the crew now.
First of all, please allow me to... When my investor informed me yesterday that he wouldn't be able to provide the funds, I really thought that this was the nail in the coffin for this film. I had no idea that I'd find so many people willing to help me on such short notice. Thank you. Thank you all from the bottom of my heart.
It's like he's the only one that realizes. Well, there's Farina too, but it's like he's the only one that knows how extremely lucky he is to have so many people who are like, yeah, we'll totally just work for exposure. That's fine. He's like,
No need to be so cordial, Mr. Xavier. We're all honored to be a part of this.
okay, in her case, they're just like, what? They're literally honored just to be paid in exposure.
Your works made a profound impression on me when I saw them back in Inazuma.
Then again, they do have a point that they're just there for cultural exchange. Because they're basically politicians.
I am sure that someday, this film will be remembered as a prime example of cultural exchange between Fontaine and Inazuma.
Yes, the story is the reason I agreed to join. I can't bear to even imagine what this film would look like without the very best director.
And scriptwriter.
Anyway, I would like to make a promise to everyone that as the producer of this film, I'll do whatever I can to ensure that everything goes as smoothly as possible. This is not just my film. It also embodies the thoughts and feelings of every person here, as well as the endless effort we are about to pour into it. So, without further ado, The Two Musketeers will officially begin filming now!
I like his enthusiasm.
You may take it from here, Director Farina.
All right, listen up, everyone. The first scene takes place when the two young musketeers are living at the Baron's home, still unaware of all that is about to happen to them. We'll need props and lighting to set the scene. Our lead actors can go get their makeup done, and extras, please take this time to go over your positions.
Whoa. Seems Farina's really kicking things into gear as the director.
Is everyone clear? I don't want anyone traipsing around the set like umbrella finches.
I need to find out what umbrella finches are.
us will start rolling as soon as the set is ready. Let's make a film that'll make some serious waves in Fontaine. Not the kind of waves that drown people. I mean, the good kind of waves.
Seems like she's still a bit traumatized by that.
I mean, you nearly had the whole nation got flooded, like, enough to drown out a skyscraper. And she, for a while, she thought that everyone was dead. So yeah, she would a bit traumatized, a little bit understating it, Paimon.
Anyway, let's go see if there's anything we can...
Alright, Act 2 start. At least she's a little bit more cognizant in it this time.
I don't need any help here. Why don't you try asking someone else?
How about here?
A little more to the left.
You got it.
Hey, Yoimiya, do you need a hand?
No, I'm fine. You know, doing the lighting is kind of like designing a fireworks show. It's interesting to imagine what kind of atmosphere the lights will create. I heard that the Traveler will be operating the camera and Paimon will be the clapper look.
Really? Is that because it'll be...
Well, sure, there's that. I just think that after all your journeys together, you two must have developed a super close bond and just naturally know how to work with each other. If I'm not mistaken, the director will want the cameras rolling as soon as the clapperboard goes clack.
Actually, we start rolling before that.
Oh, I see. It's amazing to see the magic behind filmmaking.
Yoimiya, we need lights over there, too.
Oh, on it! I've got to get back to work. Chat with you later. Oh,
Seems like Yoimiya's really getting into it. But she was right. We do have a super close bond, don't we?
Sometimes. I mean, Paimon basically speaks to the Traveler.
Ah, so this is what a musket looks like.
Oh, yeah, they have mine muskets there.
Not exactly.
No?
Ah,
Not exactly.
Or she's getting all technical and saying musket is like the long.
Ayaka has mentioned you to me before. She said that you two were great friends when you were kids.
No talking. I'm thinking about how to do your eyeshadow.
Ah, yes. To help me really look the part.
To achieve a more young and naive look for this scene.
Are you saying the wrinkles around my eyes are too deep?
You just have too much of a calculating look in your eyes.
I mean, he does sound like it.
You sure don't mince your words. It seems you really haven't changed much.
Quiet.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That, like, just quiet.
So
That's like the most
this is a
polite
real
shut up I ever heard.
No, it's just a prop weapon.
Not bad. Have you seen a real musket before?
Only in books and newspapers. I made this one based on the relative shape and proportions I saw in reference images.
At least you actually looked up references.
When we're filming, some special gunpowder will be applied around the muzzle, which will help create the flash and smoke effects of a real gun being fired.
So you have a blank.
Which means it'll be up to the actors to portray the recoil.
That's right. The sound effects for gunshots will also be added in post-production.
Did they have like...
Thank you, Veronique. I think I know where to start now. However, the musket's gears and firing pin could still use some work. Adding some wear on the metallic components will make them appear more realistic.
Okay.
Also, be sure to rub the muskets with some oil each time before we start shooting. That'll give the impression that the firearms have been well maintained.
Maintenance or maintain? That's not the word choice I would use.
Good point.
You seem to know a lot, Miss Chevres. I assume you use these types of firearms on a regular basis?
Yes, I perform routine maintenance on my weapons every day. Just like we as people need to eat and sleep, muskets need to be cleaned and maintained.
Oh, so does swords. So Shepherdess is kind of interesting because she is the first obtainable character that uses a musket, as her skills will have her pull out a musket.
I also perform similar care for my sword every day, and familiarize myself with its shape and weight, to the point where it feels like a natural extension of my body.
Yes. This way, our weapons will never betray us in the heat of battle.
Okay, I like how they're kind of bonding over how they like become one with their weapons, even though their weapons are completely different.
Yes, well said. It seems we have the same philosophy on this topic.
Oh, sounds like they found a common interest to talk about.
Though these props differ from the muskets I use, I can still give you some pointers.
Good. I look forward to your instruction.
First and foremost, never point the weapon at anyone, regardless of whether it's a real or prop weapon, or whether you're holding it or it's on the table. This holds for any time when you're not actively engaging an enemy.
Oh my gosh. Yes. Gun safety is important, people. I actually like this. I really like this. Don't recklessly point a weapon at you don't mean to shoot. I don't care if it's a prop either. I mean, we're going to like anime conventions and people have these like prop guns, and then they'll point it right in my face. I'm like, please don't do that. I'm taking your picture, not the barrel, the inside of your gun.
Okay, understood.
When aiming the musket, extend your arm so that it's level with your shoulder, and use your eye to look down the weapon's sights.
Okay, I can't comment on this because I never got trained on the pistol.
Like this?
No, not like that. That's gangster style. Don't hold it like that.
Not bad. Now, try saying your lines.
This is the end of the road for you.
Can you hold it right side up now?
Good. Now turn your body a little. That way, you'll give your enemy less of a target to work with. And relax your shoulders. Here, allow me to demonstrate.
From what I can tell, it's mostly. It's almost right, except that she's holding the pistol sideways. How are you supposed to, which is like gangster style? I mean, how are you supposed to use the sights on that? Well, admittedly, I don't think those old style muskets even have sights though.
This is the end of the road for you.
Oh my god, she does the exact same thing. Wait, no, I can kind of see. It looks like sights. There's some sights on there.
Huh. Excuse me, Miss Chiori.
Oh, he got an idea.
Director Farina, there's something I wish to discuss with you.
Oh? What is it?
I have a scheme.
Like this?
Yes, much better.
What do you think?
I do see your point. But are you sure you wish to do this?
I believe it would be most fitting.
Well, if you insist. All right, I understand. Miss Ayaka, Miss Chevres, could the two of you please come over here?
Okay, what is he plotting?
What's going on? Are we gonna start filming now?
Let's go see.
What is it?
I have a question for you, Miss Chevres. Would you be willing to play the role of a musketeer?
What?
To clarify, I would like to turn over my role to Miss Chevres.
But brother...
Don't worry, Ayaka. I actually view this as a good thing. I was becoming troubled trying to set aside some time to speak to the staff at the Palais Mermonia. I would like to have some conversations about the cultural exchange between our two countries, and I've heard that the bureaucratic process here can get rather complicated.
All right, you have a good. Thanks for coming on by. You have a sweet. Have a good night and sweet dreams.
Now I will be able to focus on my work. Besides, you also know that I'm not really one for public performances.
Are you really sure?
From a director's point of view, I also felt like the relationship between the two musketeers in the original story could be improved. The older brother in the story plays the lead role with his overbearing character,
But this causes his character to overshadow that of his sister, and the theme of the two supporting and relying on each other isn't conveyed very well.
Older brother, he just said.
But if we were to change the siblings to two sisters of a similar age, then that aspect of the story might come through more clearly. Also, I've seen you instructing Ayaka. That cold and dignified personality is exactly what we need for the older musketeer.
Okay.
Of course, even with all these insights, the decision should still be made by Miss Chevreuse.
Chevreuse mentioned that she really likes the story, right?
She still has to prioritize her work. But we still don't know if she's a big fan of acting.
All right, I'll take the role.
Oh, she's going for it.
It's decided then. I'll get started on making edits to the script.
Yep, she's definitely
We'll
doubling as a
also
writer.
need to make some immediate adjustments to the lighting, props, and costumes. I have a feeling that our adaptation will be even better than the original story.
You're doing a great favor for me, Miss Chevreuse. You have my gratitude.
Don't mention it. I like this character, so if anything, I should be the one.
Well, since my brother is the one who brought up the idea, I suppose there's no need to. Let's go, Miss Chevreuse.
Please, just call me.
Seems like you're really going out of your way to solve the problem I was having with your makeup.
Surely you jest, Chiori. I assure you that I was mostly motivated by a desire to spend more time on formal...
Only mostly. So what was the rest of the
Oh,
reason?
come on. You really think I'd buy that? According to what I've heard from Ayaka, her brother is someone who can juggle 10 different matters at the same time. I'm sure you have other reasons for backing out.
Yeah, because it was only mostly. What's the other?
Perhaps. Ayaka always said she wanted to go out and see more of the world, just like the Traveler.
Yeah, I think it was because he saw how Ayaka was bonding with Chevreuse and like, you know what? We need more of that.
But I feel that she needs not only to see other nations, but also to make some different
called
kinds
it.
of friends. I think it would be harder for her to make new connections with me constantly by her side. I would like to give her some space.
All right, go on. Spoil her some more.
Ayato, it's too bad you're stepping down from the role. Paimon really wanted to see you act as a musketeer.
No need to poke fun at me.
It's a little hard for Paimon to imagine you saying this.
Yes, I've made an appointment to meet some people.
Traveler, get the camera ready. Paimon, get the clapperboard.
Okay, so we're
Go
about
on
to start filming.
Yep, don't worry.
Thank you.
All right. Now that we're all here, the first scene takes place when our two main characters are still living at the Baron's estate. They've been ostracized and verbally abused by others in the household, but they still have no idea why. We want to capture how naive and innocent they are, despite their pain. Chevreuse will be playing the role of the older sister, Tulip, and Ayaka will be the younger sister, Iris. Be sure to get close-ups of the main characters at the right moment.
Okay.
Silence on the set! Lights! Camera! Action!
Let's go!
Tulip, Mother's been out for quite a while now.
Oh, I like how you have this camera.
Perhaps she went to pick some flowers
And
on the
Tulip
way home.
played by...
You know how she loves flowers.
Iris, Tulip, I'm home. Mother, you were out for so long. We were beginning to worry about you.
I'm sorry, but I'm back now, safe and sound. Here, I brought your favorite treat, apple turnovers.
Mother, what are those bruises on your hand?
Ooh, okay. Do we go on the mother or the Tulip?
Huh? What bruises? Oh, I must have bumped into something while I was working yesterday.
But I didn't notice them this morning.
Then perhaps they're from when I accidentally tripped when I was out just now. By the way, did you have fun playing at home?
Was your mother a maid?
What's the matter, Iris?
Focus on Iris.
Well, we've realized that no one really wants to play with us.
They even took Iris's doll and spat at us.
And they even called us names. They said we were...
Shh. It's all right. Don't worry. Girls, listen to me.
Pan over 3 characters? Or zoom in? I think we'll do a pan shot.
It doesn't matter what anyone says. Don't listen to them. You both have wonderful lives ahead of you. Just like your names. You will both blossom like beautiful flowers. Maybe your time to blossom hasn't quite come yet, but one day, you two will bloom more beautifully than anything else. Don't let the soil you're in now ruin your future beauty. Understand? My dear daughters.
And cut!
Oh, okay.
Not bad. The actors' emotions were all on point. Let's keep that take.
Okay.
Also, if our clapper loader could avoid shouting at the start of the scene next time.
Oh, got it.
Great. I was a little worried that my nerves would get the better of me. What about you, Chevros?
I felt fine. The lines weren't too difficult at all. Seems like Farina must have adapted the role nicely.
You two were great. I couldn't tell it was your first time acting in a film. You should have more confidence.
Thank you for your encouragement.
Positions, everyone! We'll move on to the next scene after we try a few more camera angles.
Everything proceeds at a great pace, and once Farina has adjusted some details to her satisfactions,
This
we begin
scene
the
is
second
when
scene.
our two characters return home, only to discover their mother has been murdered.
Oh no, the murder!
Mother, we're back. Mother?
I wonder if this dialogue is meant to be a more silent film, despite the though they do have sound.
What's wrong, Tulip?
Iris, stay away!
Huh? Why? What's... Mother!
Oof.
Mother... She's...
Is that a giant teacup?
Poison in this cup.
Huh? I could have sworn I've seen this
That's a giant teacup.
Those aristocrats. They didn't even try to cover up their actions.
Oh.
Iris, we need to leave this place.
Leave? But now that Mother is gone, where can we even go?
Anywhere. All I know is that we can't stay in this house.
But are we just going to let them get away with this?
We'll have our revenge, I promise you. Just not right now. Come on, let's go.
No, wait. We can't just leave Mother here like this. At least let me leave this rose with her. That's why we went out in the first place. To buy her this flower.
All right. Goodbye, Mother. We'll avenge you. Someday.
I wonder how the voice actors for these two had to approach this. Because you're obviously you're acting as the characters in the game world, but then they're acting as a different character in a movie within the game world. So you're acting of a character who's acting as a different character. So I'm wondering, do they just are they acting as that final character, or do they act as a character that's acting as another character? That's something I have to wonder.
Oh my, you're so amazing, Ayaka! And were those real tears I saw? How did you do it?
I was surprised too.
Thank you for the kind compliments. Actually, as soon as Director Farina said action, I told myself not to think about anything. I just felt the weight of the moment and became the character. It's quite similar to practicing the art of the sword. You clear your mind and focus only on what's happening in front of you.
Ayaka's performance was amazing. Have I discovered an acting prodigy?
Pipe down, everyone! We need to move on to the next scene!
Acting prodigy. Is Farina gonna start like, oh, you should go totally become an actor? Full day filming on set quickly passes.
Huh? Are we done? How do you feel, Traveler? Is your arm sore from holding the camera all day?
A little bit.
Good work, you two.
You too, Shivers. You were quite the actress today.
I've read this novel many times before. Anyway, do you remember?
Oh, right! You have a case where the murders seem real.
In the story, the main characters grow up to become two musketeers. Oh, and on each of the victims, they place a rainbow rose as a
There
symbol.
were rainbow roses? Oh.
Yes, that's correct. We found rainbow roses.
Oh, that does sound pretty especially after seeing the script today. Ooh, what do you think, Traveler? You're smart. I'm on one.
Good. On behalf of Fontaine's special, there's no time to lose. We should.
Huh?
Wait, already?
The most valuable intel always comes after nightfall. They are like small. That's how one of my favorite books always puts it, at least.
Alright.
So, where are we going right now?
Let's start by checking out some
How
workshops.
much do I got? Less than 2 hours. Probably this one.
Welcome to LeChaux's Clockwork Workshop. How can I...
Hello. I'd like to know if anyone has purchased some special components lately.
Special components?
I mean the kind of components that aren't typically used for clockwork toys, but for firearms.
Huh?
Oh, do
For
purpose.
firearms? No,
Don't misunderstand. I'm not here to cause any trouble.
well, to be completely honest, I'm not even sure what kind of...
Has anyone ever purchased components here as an individual rather than on behalf of an organization?
We have a lot of customers who buy toys, but those who buy components are all regular customers.
Is that...
You're welcome. It's...
Buying like individual components for the firearms, like springs, gears. Okay, that's the blacksmith. Alright, there.
Oh, hey, Chevris. Run out of oil for your musket again?
Hello, Estelle. I want to know if anyone has come to your shop recently.
Oh, is this another case? I don't think so. Some people have requested that I make some prop guns for the Fontaine Film Festival, but I refused all of those requests.
Where did we get the prop guns?
Why's that?
Because there's no profit! I only make things here that can do some real heavy lifting. I have the energy to make some new molds just for the festival.
Then has anybody come specifically looking for mechanical components?
Well, I usually sell off my scrap to the Fleuve Cendre. I don't typically give them to one specific person.
I think this is
I
slums.
understand. Thanks for your cooperation.
Don't mention it. Always have.
Seems like we haven't found any lead.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Huh? Are you sure?
You think so, huh?
Huh?
That I grew up in Fleuve Cendre.
Blue Sandra? Okay, So kind of like Paris, Fontaine has a big, huge sewers slash catacombs. Only people, unlike Paris, people actually live down here. Bartender.
It's been a while, Tetro.
Please, just get on with your request.
I want to know if you've heard anybody talking about...
Information isn't free, you know.
I've heard that bandits have been extremely active in the countryside recently, and they've been affecting the delivery of goods to Poisson. I can allocate some more manpower to help out with that problem. What do you say?
Isn't that your job to stop them in the first place?
Helpful as ever. One of our men got drunk at dinner about a month ago and lost his gun. 3 days later, it turned up in the corner here.
What's weird about that? He just forgot where he put it, right?
This is Fleuve Cendre, my friend. Anything of value left in the tavern won't ever make it to the next day. That gun turned out to be an exception. It didn't get any new wear and tear on it, and didn't even appear to have been fired. We were quite mystified as to what could have happened.
I suspect it came back because the weapon was already known to the guards.
You mean, a criminal was afraid the Marechaussee Phantom would use the shot marks to track them down? Maybe. But if that's the case, the culprit really took great care to avoid getting caught.
I didn't say anything about a criminal.
In Fleuve Cendre, knowing who was killed is as easy as knowing what clothes you're wearing today. It's the guy living in the east side, isn't it? I've never liked him. Every time he's here, he just orders...
So, who was the one you lost the...
don't bother. Even if you ask, he wouldn't admit to owning a gun to some strangers. Not to mention the cap...
He's right.
I know you grew up here, Chevres. Even though you're on good terms with the Spina, you've still been gone too long. Not many people know you here now, and a lot of people don't like the Special Patrol.
I know.
So take my advice and don't show your face too much around here. It's for your own safety.
I'll come and go as I please, and I'm afraid I'll be appearing more often due to my work.
All right. Don't say I didn't warn you.
So they no longer recognize her as a local. Legal advisor?
Hello, I'd like to ask some questions.
I don't know anything.
Don't worry, I'm not here to arrest anybody.
You say that now.
It's the truth. Here, take this as my guarantee.
Wait, did Paimon just see what she thinks she saw? Is the captain of the Special Patrol bribing a citizen?
Keep your lips sealed and no one will ever know. Besides, it's called buying info.
Seems you're different from the other guards. What do you want to know?
Have you heard anything related to muskets in Fleuve Cendre lately? Anything at all?
Muskets, huh? All I know is that about 2 weeks ago, we started hearing some loud noises at night. So loud that it's been waking me up.
Were they gunshots?
Possibly. It's hard to tell around here. Someone's house collapsing, a pipe exploding somewhere, it's all the same. But the noises I'm talking about definitely happened after I fell asleep.
Do you know where the noises were coming from?
I don't remember clear.
Is it that you don't remember, or that you need to think about it some more?
You tell me.
Please, think about it some more.
Oh, she's like, okay, do you legit know, don't know, or do you, or you need me to, you need a, I didn't say anything. Maybe she's just giving out some
The noises came from the end of the Southern Waterway. I came out and had a look for myself when I wasn't sleeping well, but I didn't dare get too close. That's all I know.
All right, I'll take your word for it.
Thanks for the pâte de fruits.
I'm so
no need to be surprised. I grew up here, remember? I know how to get people around here to talk. Seems you catch on pretty quick. Now then,
Okay, so let's done this one. Okay, so is there a gunshot in here?
What's all this? Some broken plate?
yes, but have a closer look. Even though somebody has purposefully tried to clean them up. These are obviously marks from musket bullets. In other words, someone was here trying to improve their shot. They were using the barrels and bottles for target practice.
Could it have been the killer?
Your guess is as good as mine. Although many people at Fleuve Cendres own guns, few hide the fact from others. And even fewer would go to such lengths to hide markings from practice shots. Anyway, let's go.
Okay, so someone's been trying to secretly practice their marksmanship.
Seems like that's all we'll be able to uncover.
Paimon feels like we managed.
Yes. Assuming that everything we found is indeed connected to a month ago, our suspect found a gun and took it home to disassemble it. Once he'd figured out its mechanics, he brought it back. In the following weeks, he used some parts to create his own makeshift musket and took it to the Fleuve Cendres for target practice. Then, a few days ago, he found his target and carried out the murder. Once the deed was done, he left a rainbow rose on the body.
But where did he get the parts?
That all makes sense to Paimon, but...
The deceased was a resident of Fleuve Cendres. It said that he was a poor, solitary man. Yeah, that's also something I'm trying. If we are indeed following the novel, and there's a story behind the murder, then this murder should be an act of He was no saint, but no one's heard of a rival who hated him enough to shoot him dead. What message is the killer trying to convey? And to whom exactly? We've thoroughly investigated that possibility. He claims to have spent the whole day at the Opera House on the day of the murder, and the staff there have confirmed his account.
Okay, so he has an alibi.
But does he have a sibling?
He lacks a credible motive as well. He has a family of his own, and both of his parents are still alive. I've looked into his records. He was adopted at the age of 6, and all the proper procedures were followed. There are also records of him at an orphanage before that. In the story, the mother of the 2 musketeers was murdered after the children turned 10. Of course, he could have changed the children's ages, but I don't want to assume anything without evidence.
Okay, so she's not ruling it out, but she wants more evidence before she...
He didn't seem like the kind of person who would pull the trigger to kill a man.
Then, what should we do now? We have all this...
Investigations take time. I didn't expect us to catch the culprit. How about this? Let's spend the next few days filming with the crew. We can continue the investigation.
Wait, but weren't you saying Intel is like small, remote islands in the middle of the sea just a moment ago?
Ah, but the book had more than one reference to the islands, Paimon.
Oh? What else did it...
As long as you spend enough time sailing through the fog, you'll eventually come across an island.
Alright, that's part 2 done. Now for part 3. Lone Island through the fall. And once more, I need to go and hit the clock. 8 o'clock.
It's filming time again! Our schedule is jam-packed for the...
Okay, so where are we filming now? Acrobus?
Anyway, let's head out and meet up with the others.
I wonder how neat that would look. Straight to the title card. filming and criminal investigation progress at the stage. Okay, we're flash forwarding.
Good work, everyone. We're looking to wrap with our two main ladies today. I can already smell our success. What do you mean, looking to wrap?
It means completing the filming of all their scenes.
Oh, aren't you the expert now?
Yes.
This upcoming scene is the two musketeers' final confrontation with the Baron. There will be quite a bit of action, but no choreo. Anyway, get ready. Lights, camera, action!
The view is beautiful tonight. It reminds me of that fateful night 10 years ago. And now that I've said it, I can even make out the faint fragrance of herbal tea in the air.
Oh, wow.
Enough, villain! It's time that you pay for the death of our mother!
My dear Iris, have you forgotten your manners? How can you speak like this to your own father?
I'd sooner swallow all of my teeth than call you father.
What did I expect? Seems the daughters have turned out to be just as obstinate as their foolish mother. In this world, Mora and status is everything. She thought she could blackmail me using her children and force me to grant her recognition and concessions? Ah, how naive can a woman be?
Never asked a single thing of you.
Bullet cares not for status.
Life, just like the others.
It was you who personally brewed the poison of prejudice and sent Mother to her death. Compared to that deadly poison, the 2 bullets that will soon pierce through your heart will be like sweet mercy.
Okay, there's. Oh wait. Okay.
And that.
Okay, this stance is a hell lot better.
As naive as her. Did you really think?
Okay, this is still slightly slanted, but a lot better than what we saw on the first day. And I'm noticing that there's no sights on these muskets, and so holding it sideways is probably less of an issue. Because I mean, that's like I believe that's the. I mean, it might be the poor posture if you hold it sideways. I don't know. I could be wrong because I have never trained with a pistol before. But this is a lot. But this is probably this looks a lot better. The best, way better. This one's better, but not as good. It's still slightly slanted.
So let's see. What is stronger, Mora and power, or the 2 muskets in your hands?
Muskets and power.
Get them!
Tulip! There are too many of them!
It'll be okay.
Okay, so we get to
Iris. And Mother will be watching over us too.
we can actually. Oh, that was cool.
You've lost.
To think I'd lose to my own 2 kids.
We are no children of yours, and we'll never call that place our home.
Then tell me, what did you do all this for?
Isn't it obvious? To avenge our mother?
You lost your mother, and will soon kill your father as well. What will you gain in the end, other than sentences for your crimes?
Oh, he's like, you're just gonna end up in jail.
Gain our long-awaited justice.
Ooh.
It's over.
Finally, it's over.
There's the flower. Okay, there was a lot less
Where will you
video
go now,
composition than I expected.
I'm not too sure, Iris. Maybe somewhere with lots of flowers? After all, Mother always did love going where the blossoms were. What about you?
I want to go visit Mother's grave.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
Huh? Tulip, look!
What is it?
It's Mother's favorite. The rainbow rose. Look, it's blooming again.
You didn't call it cut, Frida. Why are you clapping?
Excellent! That was beyond mesmerizing. Even I didn't expect this scene to go so well. And we got it in a...
And he just walks off in the background.
All right, everyone. We've got a wrap for Tulip and Iris.
Congratulations, Ayaka and Chevres!
Amazing performance.
I didn't expect our parts to wrap so quickly. I wish I could savor the experience for just a bit longer.
Paimon totally understands. Paimon's not ready to say goodbye to the clapperboard either. Filming has really been a lot of fun. You were great too, Chevres. The way you said, long-awaited justice. It gave Paimon chills.
I mean, it was a good line.
That is indeed my favorite line in the whole book. I still remember trying to act it out in my room the first few times I read it.
Oh, she practiced it.
Paimon would have never guessed you're that type.
Who doesn't like stories where the guilty are punished and justice prevails over evil? Don't forget, I'm the captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol.
Captain, I have something urgent to report.
Oh?
Please excuse me, everyone. I'll be back in just a moment.
It's okay, don't worry about us.
Oh? Was she whisked away by work already? I was just about to tell her how great she did.
It seemed like some urgent official business.
Then perhaps we should thank the stars that we were able to wrap both of your parts so quickly today. Switching around the filming schedule would have been a real pain.
Yeah, that
Anyway, I actually came over to let everyone know that we're all done for today. You can go home and get some rest.
So it sounds like they finished all the filming with the two main stars.
And one last
That's not the
thing,
end of the
Miss
quest. I
Ayaka.
don't know what else is
Your acting skills today were immaculate as always. Are you sure you won't consider taking up
called it.
full-time acting? See, I just happen to know this great troupe that's still looking for a lead actress.
Thank you for your kind words, Director Farina. Unfortunately, there are still many matters that I have to take care of back home at the Yashiro Commission. I cannot remain in Fontaine to pursue an acting career.
Yashiro Commission being one of the government branches of Inazuma.
Nevertheless, I will make sure to treasure this incredible opportunity in my heart.
Oh, that's a shame, but I understand. Just let me know if you ever change your mind.
I believe it's also about time for me to take my leave. But hopefully I'll see you on set over the next few days. Even though my part's wrapped, I'd still like to swing by and help out the crew.
Okay, so there's probably other scenes. Probably other scenes
Paimon.
was the extras and the villain. Yeah, the villain.
Well, what should we do next? Maybe we'll go invest.
Traveler, Paimon, please come with me.
Huh?
You could say that our ship has finally...
Oh, we found some intel. Right, where is it? Way over here. Paimon, best travel companion ever. Wait, right there? Make it look like we just ported in. Although apparently most people can't make use of the waypoints.
Exhausted. Paimon definitely didn't expect having to float this far after a full day of filming. So, Chevres, why did you take us here?
Floating shouldn't be that hard for you, Paimon. I think you're exaggerating.
Affirmative. It wasn't anything conclusive. Have you ever heard of someone by the name of Emily?
Oh, you mean that famous perfumer?
Huh?
She's a good friend of mine. She's lent me her aid several times in the past to resolve some difficult cases.
It's interesting how a perfumer and a fashion designer apparently has a lot of leads for the police.
After I discovered the rainbow rose at the scene of the murder, I sent it to her. After all, she's probably the foremost expert on flowers and scents in all of Fontaine.
Oh, okay. Oh, she's a flower expert. Okay, that makes sense.
And then?
There was nothing remarkable about the flower or the trace amounts of soil left on it. But according to Emily, the rainbow rose left by the killer was derived from a very rare cultivar.
Oh, there's something special about it.
Huh. Paimon didn't know that there were different varieties of rainbow rose. Paimon just thought they grew everywhere in the wild.
Flowers that are deliberately cultivated will always show some different features from those that bloom in the wild.
Okay, that makes sense.
We already knew that the rose left at the scene belonged to a special cultivar, but with Emily's expertise...
Oh, Paimon gets it now. So whoever first...
Precisely. And after we checked what we learned against some sales records from the past, we discovered that there's only one person in all of Fontaine who could grow and sell this specific cultivar.
Really? And who is it?
It's the novelist.
Oh my god.
But didn't you say he had an alibi?
To be clear, I haven't changed my mind about him. I still don't think he was the one who pulled the trigger.
But if we remember the novels, there's a sibling.
However, that doesn't mean the true culprit never visited him at his home or never purchased a rainbow rose from his garden. Whatever the case, we will have to confirm a number of things with him.
So you mean the next place we need to go is...
Excuse me.
Yes, we're going to pay him a visit at his home.
Grab these.
Healthy body, healthy mind.
I'm not sure if they're fruit or flower.
Adventure time. Off we go.
Wait, both sides.
That should be his house.
There are so many Gardamex stationed around the place. That's pretty unusual, right?
Private citizens can get Gardamex?
According to what he told me last time we spoke, he hired them so he won't be harassed or disturbed.
Huh. So there are a lot of flowers in his garden, but...
Right, which is exactly why I think there has to be a special connection between him and the killer.
So...
Just wait here for now. I'd like to take care of...
But they're so far away.
Don't forget, Paimon. I'm actually the real-life captain of the Musketeers.
That looks more like... That looks like it's a revolver musket. Like the Colt revolver rifle. Because that chamber looks like like it's a fold-out, a swing-out revolver. And then, of course, there's the fact that it reloads really fast.
All clear. Let's go.
Wait! Paimon's a little nervous.
I'll go knock on the door and make sure it's safe inside. Once we're sure that we're in the clear, I'll ask...
But can't we just...
We still have no evidence that he's the killer, or that he lent the killer any... Still, it would be appreciated if you could pick a rainbow rose from his garden for me while I'm talking to him.
Sure, no problem.
Okay, sweet. So basically you're telling us to steal a rose from him while you distract him. Okay, you actually see them split up.
Excuse me. Mr. Baptiste.
Who could it be at this hour?
Oh, it's you, Officer Shavras.
Would you mind accompanying me to the guard's headquarters, Mr. Baptiste? We would like to ask you some questions about a case.
Oh, is it still regarding the murder case from before?
I cannot confirm or deny that at this time.
So it is then.
Listen, I need you to come...
Miss Shavras, I'll save you the trouble. Oh, and you two over there? There's no need for you to pick my flowers either. It's not time for them to bloom yet.
Spotted immediately.
Okay.
By saving me the trouble, you mean...
I will confess. I was the killer.
Okay, that's way too easy.
Huh?
He just admitted he's guilty!
Please relax, everyone. I'm not armed. The musket you're looking for has been buried in my backyard.
Then it's my responsibility to inform you, Mr. Baptiste, that everything you say right now will be used as evidence for the inevitable trial.
Yes, I am perfectly aware of that.
I must say, I hate this feeling.
Oh? Is it because I confessed? Or because you've been proven wrong?
Both, I suppose.
Why did you...
For the same reason as the one I wrote out in my novel, of course. I did it to exact revenge. I know you haven't figured out the link between the two of us. Had you done so, I'd have been taken away to the headquarters a long time ago. But that won't stop me from always remembering his grotesque face. After all, he was the one who killed my mother.
Your mother is still healthy and well.
That's your... No, that's his foster.
You know, I was adopted as a child. I was referring to my birth mother.
That was never recorded in the orphanage's records.
Please forgive a 6-year-old child for concocting some lies to protect himself after watching his mother die right in front of him.
So, your novel, it was like a record of your life?
No, of course not. It was a work of fiction with many embellished parts. But I am indeed the illegitimate son of a wealthy and influential man who abused his power to murder my mother. That part was 100% real.
But the man you killed didn't have a Mora to his name.
He was a hired assassin, an irredeemable beast who sank his fangs into a defenseless woman just for a few bags of Mora.
Oh, so he was the killer, the middleman.
But if that's really the truth, you wouldn't be telling us any of this now. You still haven't managed to take revenge against your father, the true mastermind behind it all.
I never thought I'd hear that kind of thing from the captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol.
I'm simply skeptical about your motives.
It's simple, really. I've grown tired of everything and don't want to shoulder this burden anymore. You may have considered me too soft to pull the trigger. Well, as it turns out, you are exactly right. I've become overwhelmed by the aftermath of the murder.
So you're going to call a stop to your revenge?
The true mastermind is too rich and too powerful for me. I've accepted that I will never be able to avenge my mother alone.
Plus, you're not alone. You have a sibling just like your novels.
And so what? The characters in your book never gave up.
Now, Officer Shavras, I'm the one who has killed a man, aren't I? Are you trying to convince me to commit another crime?
What's your father's name? How do you plan to prove the veracity of all of your claims?
Well,
Sure. Why don't we speak privately at the guard's headquarters?
No, it has to be here. I must ensure that we won't be overheard.
Fine. Let's talk here.
When I said won't be overheard, I meant by anyone.
Okay.
I would like to speak with you and you alone.
Isn't Traveler?
Thanks. I appreciate it.
Please stay safe, Shavras.
All right. Let's hear it.
Will you really believe what I'm about to say?
Well, that depends on what you're going to tell me.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Then listen closely.
So that's how it's all connected.
So, it seems you believe me after all.
Do you want me to go public with this?
No, of course not. At least, not right now.
I mean, he did say that I wanted to keep this a secret, so why would he want to go public?
Then why did you bother telling me?
You've read my work. What do you think? Even if you were to go public with all of this right now, he'd simply deny everything. It's been too long. Almost 20 years. Anything that could be used as evidence has long faded away. Even if there might have been a solitary island of truth once upon a time, it has long sunk beneath the waves by now. Justice will never find him.
That's really fitting with the theme of Fontaine, of being ocean.
Not if you don't try.
I know that as the captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol, you will always stand on the side of justice.
There's the Traveler and Paimon.
But do you really think a cushy life in prison really constitutes justice for him? I bet he could lead an extremely comfortable life in the Fortress of Meripede.
Okay, so Fortress of Meripede is basically their jail system. It's like a totally separate town, though. But I'm not sure if you... I have to wonder what kind of system, social system or whatever they have that a rich person can just get a cushy life in prison. It's like, okay, like imagine if the real life prison systems, obviously in some cases, like you have a rich person, okay, they get basically they're on house arrest in a fancy hotel or what, mansion or whatever. But here they're going to the prison, but oh no, there's like a first class section of the prison or something. Is that what's going on here? So instead of like a maximum security person, there's the first class person, second economical class citizens, and then we hate the F out of you prison, I guess, section.
What are you trying to say?
I've been observing you from a distance. Your portrayal of the Musketeer was exquisite. Pull the trigger of justice against him. Let the villain get what he deserves.
You want the captain of the police to kill him?
You want me to let you go so you may complete your revenge?
No, Officer Chavras. I know that would be impossible. No. What I'd like is for you to perform the deed on my behalf.
Well, not far away.
Oh, Chevra sure is taking her time. What could they be talking about anyway? Oh, Paimon's worried. What if he decided to attack her?
I have full confidence in Chever's fighting skills. If anything, he's the one I'd be worried about.
Oh, you do have a point. Still, do you have any idea who the rich person might be? And why the novelist doesn't want us to hear what he's saying to Chevres?
Sorry to keep you waiting, you two.
Well, it's probably the fact that he asked her to go and kill him on his behalf.
Hey, how did your talk go?
I've already sent someone to escort Baptiste back to the headquarters for questioning. He wasn't lying about the musket. It was indeed buried in his backyard.
But what about the name? Did he tell you the name of the rich guy?
Yes, he did. But for now, I have to return to the Special Patrol. There are still a few loose ends I need to tie up. I'll probably be quite busy over the next few days, so apologies if you don't see me on set.
All right.
She didn't answer Paimon's question about the get rich guy's name.
We'll just keep an eye on the steambird then.
Oh, Paimon realizes it.
Actually, there's still something else I need your help with.
Alright, Act 4. Okay, so we have 2 more acts, and then how much time have we got? 1 hour. Okay, so I think we're going to be able to finish in time. Yeah, where shall the barrel of justice point, and who shall the bullet strike? All right, and then all right. Okay, before we proceed, I'm gonna go and take a quick break here to. I want to grab a snack and another refill my cup of water, and maybe just grab a soda instead. I'll be right back.
Should we really be off work this early? There is still a lot left to do.
My personal fridge.
If you lie on the grass, you can feel the heartbeat of the world. It's so nice to de-stress.
Still got another minute, but okay. So I might as well. Almost there. Wait, do I have to wait till the next day?
Should we?
Oh, I have to wait till the next day.
This early?
So I have to wait the whole 24 hours. Oh wow.
There is still. We haven't seen Chevra since that night at Baptiste's place.
All right. Oh, okay. And the microwave's done.
Well, guess there's no point in worrying about it now. Let's go join up with the others.
I need to clean up my desk.
Just then, rain stopped. Should it keep raining?
It's so nice to de-stress.
Okay, here we go. So, where am I going? Down here? Yep. But, oh, okay. So, same as the previous one. All right. I believe this is Act 4 now.
Hayaka and I were just talking about you.
Is Chevres still not joining us today?
Probably not. We haven't seen her either.
Huh? That's such a pity. Director Farina said that we've only got a few small scenes left before wrapping up the entire thing. She even said that she'll get me into a couple scenes, so everyone will have a chance to shine in front of the camera.
We were also planning on having a victory feast once we're all finished filming. You can join us, right?
Does that mean Traveler gets to be in the film?
If only Chevres was here. I still haven't taken a photo with her.
I'm afraid that can't be helped. Those special patrol folks are like phantoms when they've got a case on their hands.
But to be honest,
I wonder if the Phantoms act like ninjas sometimes.
What I read in the Steambird earlier this morning, it said that the killer in the murder case was none other than the author of the Two Musketeers.
Oh, so they reported it.
Yeah, I heard about that too. He came forward and confessed his crimes, but gave no explanation as to why he pulled the trigger. We
Or they didn't release
this
it.
case at all when we joined the film. Is it going to affect the reception of our work?
From a pure publicity standpoint, this will draw a lot more attention to our film. I have to say, though, that no director can be perfectly comfortable with garnering attention through means other than artistic skill.
Oh no, some directors out there.
I feel like that ship sailed the moment you allowed yourself to be named as the director on our posters.
It's not my fault that I'm super popular. What was that saying again? My popularity has,
Sunk to an all-time low?
Oh, jeez. Oh, that.
to the four corners of Teyvat.
Oh. You're always savage. Especially for Fontaine, where they had like a huge flood.
Excuse me, everyone.
Xavier! Feels like it's been ages since we last saw you.
I've been talking non-stop with the Film Association, and I'm absolutely swamped trying to coordinate the film's marketing. So forgive me for not being around more often, but please believe me when I say that I will make sure everyone's hard work gets the exposure it deserves.
Oh, seems like you've been fighting your own battles.
Yes, that's one way to put it.
I mean, he's like the unsung hero of this movie.
Oh, and before we begin the final round of filming, please allow me to finally introduce you to the original investor of our film, Mr. Morris.
Oh?
A
You
pleasure.
suddenly found the money?
Yes, glad to make your acquaintance, Mr. Morris. We've heard about the issues you've encountered with your financial situation, and genuinely hope that things have taken a turn for the better.
Oh, well, the situation has indeed improved somewhat.
Don't worry, Mr. Morris. Accidents and last-minute challenges happen all the time. There's no need to blame yourself over it. The good news is that we're almost done filming now, and I would even say that this is the best story I've ever seen.
Is that so? I see, that's great news.
Why do you sound disappointed?
Now that we've gotten all the pleasantries out of the way, let's get this show on the road. We'll mostly be filming typical people and scenery from the streets today to improve the sense of environmental ambiance in some parts of the film. Oh, and there'll be a cameo for Mr. Kamisato and Miss Yoimiya as well. They'll be used to show outsider perspectives on the fates of the Two Musketeers.
That's right. Ayato should be here any minute.
Oh, so it's like an upload?
Then let's start with the scenery shots. Camera and clapper loader, you're up.
Yep,
We'll be ready!
Remember, all we need are some wide zoom shots of the streets. If you happen to find some particularly lovely patches of flowers and grass, feel free to grab some close-ups of those as well. Ready? Lights! Camera! Action!
Okay, why are you sitting in front of the camera, Farina?
Okay, now move the camera slowly. Try to focus on that flower.
Why is it all out of focus?
What's wrong? Just adjust the focal length a bit. Something the matter?
Oh, that's not good. I'll be honest, this actually comes off more as creepy than, like, it's broken.
Huh? But wasn't it working fine for all the days before?
How am I supposed to operate the camera if you're sitting in front of it?
Try a different camera?
No problem. How about this one?
All right, let's give it another try. Lights! Camera! Action!
Oh, this is even worse.
Don't tell me. This one is broken too? Veronique, do we have any other spare ones we can use?
I'm afraid we only brought these two today.
What? Then go find a workshop to get them repaired right away. Oh, and you too, Bono. Go find our spare camera in the warehouse and bring it back to the set.
On it.
Oh no, Bozo. Oh no, no.
Greetings, everyone.
Like
My apologies for the delay. Is something the matter, Ayaka?
It seems like there are some issues with the filming equipment today. We're stuck for the moment.
I see.
Well, let's not just stand here twiddling our thumbs. Actors, to the makeup booth. We'll start on the next scene as soon as we get a working camera.
The people at the workshop told me that the part which holds the lens in place seemed to have fallen off. That's super strange. It was perfectly fine just yesterday.
Well, no time to dwell on that now. Let's get back to filming. Ahem! Quiet on set! Places, everyone! Lights! Camera! Action!
By the way, have you heard about that recent murder case?
Yes, I have. It seems that they've caused quite the commotion in the city.
I heard that the chief of the guards is so mad about not catching the culprit that he's about to explode.
Oh? I find that quite hard to imagine, considering how he already looks most days.
Director, we have a problem.
Oh, God.
Oh, we're in the middle of a take! Couldn't you wait until we wrapped up this scene?
No, Director, our film, all the finalized film that we've been keeping in the case has disappeared.
Uh-oh.
Oh, wait, what did you say?
Mr. Bono, please take me to where the film was kept right away.
I'm coming too. No, Yoimiya, you have to stay here. Oh. Okay, listen up. Everyone who's not working on this current scene can go with Bono to look for the film. Everyone else, stay put and wrap up the scene.
Nice.
Unbelievable. How could all these problems happen in just one day?
That's some good leadership there. Quick and decisive.
How did it go? Did you find the film?
We found it in the sewers.
What?
Huh? In the
This
sewers?
is actually... Yeah, this is sabotage now.
Okay.
We discovered it just in time, so we should still be able to salvage it. The others are checking now to see if we lost any specific scenes.
Okay.
Oh, you scared me for a moment there. I nearly thought we had lost everything. I really don't want to experience that feeling of despair again.
Okay, I can totally relate.
Stolen the film and dumped it there.
Because depression sucks. I had a few episodes of depression, and one where I was like really deep into it, and I don't want to go sink that far again. So I can totally relate this. I'm just watching this and the story quest. I'm just like, I totally relate with Farina so many times over. Yeah. it's just that whole sense of like questioning the point of your own existence. Not a pleasant state of being.
Could it be some competitors working on other films?
But if they wanted to harass us, why wait until the last day?
Okay, we don't
Or it's
have
just
time
like,
to
whatever.
really look into it right now. Let's strike while the iron is still hot and wrap this thing up once and for all.
Yeah, let's finish it.
I would like to officially announce that our entry to the festival, The Two Musketeers, has now concluded
I
filming.
like how I notice how Morris is the only one not clapping.
Paimon is spent. It's so late already.
Even though the filming process proved to be extremely challenging, everyone provided valuable and unique contributions to the final product. Thank you all for your dedication and support.
And just like Director Farina, I would also like to extend my most heartfelt thanks to all of you. Really, you've all helped me so much. All right.
Please
Let's
don't start
save the
crazy.
awards speech for later.
I think it'll embarrass
hopefully
everybody
also
if you
get
start
some
crying.
rehearsals in
Dead here.
before the real thing. Anyway, now it's time to party! Let's all make our way to the beach and have a celebration feast so loud and fun that even the blubber beast will want in.
Oh, I love Serena.
Paimon wants to party!
I love Serena so much.
Whoa, this place is hopping. Everyone's finally getting to
Have you ever seen a fireworks show, Mr. Morris? It's pretty amazing.
I'm afraid I haven't, but I'll take your word for it.
Let's go chat with someone.
Let's see what the siblings are doing.
Hey, Ayato! How's your work been going?
Everything went rather smoothly. Thank you for your concern.
Ayato told me that we've already confirmed the dates for some Inazuma Fontaine cultural exchange events. So the next time we visit, we'll be doing so in our capacities as the representatives of the Yashiro Commission.
Okay.
Oh, that's great! Then maybe Paimon will be able to find Fontaine detective novels in Inazuma from now on. Oh, wait. Wouldn't Yaimiko get upset if that happens? That would be stealing some of her business.
No, as long as the novels are sufficiently interesting, I don't think she will.
You've got a point. She's always complaining that light novels have become bland and too predictable after all.
The cultural exchange won't only feature literatures of both nations, of course. We have also made plans for cross-cultural engagements in the fields of gourmet cuisine, toy making, and artisan craftsmanship.
As long as it's not Jamie Oliver doing Asian cooking.
Excited now!
When the time comes, be sure to visit and participate
That
in
would just
all
make
the events.
everyone's ancestors cry.
I wish we could have spent some more time here.
Don't worry. It won't be long before we're back again.
That makes me wonder what if they might have another event.
Don't worry.
They're going to have another event for in Fontaine.
Oh, this is turning out to be quite the party.
I do enjoy it, although sometimes I feel like Uncle Roger needs to overdoes it a little bit, mostly in the sense that I kind of wish he'd get new material, if that makes sense. Because it's like, what, 2 years now that he's been roasting Jamie Oliver's cooking? It's kind of, some of the stuff, it just feels a little bit stale. Like, it's not to say that they aren't on point. I'm just like, it's a little bit, It's a little, I just feel it's almost, it's a bit overdone, as for lack of a better word.
Oh, this is
Like recently, he Uncle Rogers reacted to a Jamie Alder music
out to be a success,
video or something where he sings along to
be
a
a part of my crew.
and it's just like,
Of course, I'll definitely.
I don't think we really
pay
need
for
it.
next time.
I'd be more than.
Admittedly, I
happy to,
haven't
Mr.
watched the whole
Xavier.
thing, so maybe it's actually really
for
fun.
the
I
offer,
don't know.
Mr. Xavier. But I've made some plans to go on a journey to the other nations once the festival is over.
Is that so? Well, then in that case, bon voyage.
Wait, what are you saying?
I was thinking, if this film turns out to be a success, could I ask the... of course, I'll definitely increase the pay for next time.
I'd be more than happy to, Mr. Xavier.
Thank you for the offer, Mr. Xavier.
Is that so?
Oh, okay. Oh, he was trying to recruit him as a permanent staff. Bono is like totally for it, but Bernard? I cannot pronounce. I don't know French. It's kind of. I'm going traveling. How you doing, Farina?
Oh, my darling Clapper.
Oh, I see. I read. This has a funny line.
You've both worked really hard.
Paimon thinks you worked even harder than us. Honestly, Paimon was getting a little tired of playing with the clapperboard by the end of it.
Was it really that hard? All you had to do was clap it. Whereas Farina was staying up all night trying to rewrite the novel for a movie format.
Worst of all, Paimon started having dreams of you shouting, "Lights, camera, action!" into Paimon's ears. The actual dream can't even start until you've yelled that.
Oh no, that sounds kind of funny, my mom. Having your dreams turn into like a movie set.
Hey, if anything, shouldn't I be more grand and delightful than your dreams? We've been through so much together, and that's how your brain remembers me?
Honestly, that's mostly what most of our experience has been recently.
That's not Paimon's fault. We've just used the clapperboard too much lately.
Anyway, what's most important is that we've wrapped the film. I'm pretty confident that we'll take first prize.
You mean the Farina Award?
Hey, no need to mention the official name.
You can just feel the cringe as he says that. This the pure cringe.
Wait, now that you mention it, if we did win the prize, would Farina just get a statue of herself?
So yeah, you didn't. So when you first start up the quest, when you, or the whole chain, they mentioned that it's the Farina Award after her, while she was still the Archon, but because she's still such an idol for the theater, they just kept calling it the Farina Award. And then we get.
Come on, I don't need that kind of attention. Xavier can accept the reward on our behalf.
Well, this nice line humors me.
Imagine Farina accepting the Farina Award and holding a Farina statue.
That's hilarious. Farina. It's the Farina exception. Farina accepting the Farina Award, holding a Farina statue.
I'm going back to my dessert now. You all can keep discussing that on your own.
Farina's just like, nope, I'm out. I'm just going back to my comfy zone. I'm going to my I'm just gonna probably just go to my ice cream. Is this all desserts? Oh, wait, there's some junk. Is that fish and chips? It looks like fish and chips and tartar sauce. Some sort of pastry. Looks like we got some garlic bread. What kind of pop is that? What kind of cake? I don't know what kind of cake that is. It's green, so maybe it's green tea cake. No, that wouldn't have. I don't think that would have that. That's we have Fanta, which apparently is just orange soda. I don't know what's this flower thingy. Then we have macarons on top. I actually tried some macarons. They're actually pretty. I like them. Although the only macarons I liked was from 7-Eleven. Weirdly enough, probably because they're a little bit sweeter than your standard ones. Oh, I want to grab that. Okay. Better mark that I got that, so I don't. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, there's a. Okay, yeah, there's another site, a sightseeing view mark here there, but you have to do a certain quest. Oh, do you need to talk to Shiori now?
Shiori!
Although watching Uncle Roger has encouraged me to try making fried rice more, and a lot more. And watching Onigiri do cooking streams, I have been tempted to try doing cooking streams of my own, but I figure that setup, that blue screen or green screen, I'm not sure which one, is a lot of setup and probably costs us a bit.
Hey, you two.
Are you not really into these kinds of big social occasions?
I mean, it's not that hard to make fried rice. Although although perhaps harder if you're trying to make Uncle Roger's approved fried rice. And then of course there's also the kind of variety. I mean, my mom taught me. I mean, my mom's Asian, so she taught me how to make fried rice. So it's kind of like I've done it before. Although how good it was is probably another question entirely. Although amusingly, whereas Uncle Roger's has always stressed about using a day-old fried rice. My mother actually told me to use fresh rice.
Better than Fontaine Fashion Week.
Still better than Fontaine. You don't like Fashion Week?
But if this film becomes a big hit, people will definitely.
And apparently that's a Korean thing. Is that they use fresh rice in Korea because one of my because I actually made friends with another Asian dude, and I think he's of like Chinese descent. I'm not sure if it's mainland China or it could be from Southeast Asia Chinese. I forget which. But I remember when he saw me making fried rice, and the fact that I used fresh rice, he immediately called it out. Oh, you're doing Korean fried rice, aren't you? I'm like, yeah. What do you mean? It's apparently only Korea will use fresh rice. Although apparently that's not quite true because one of the recent Uncle Roger's video,
that's
he reacted to Uncle Lao, which I actually saw before he
the film
reacted
can
to
premiere as planned.
where Uncle Lao, a Chinese immigrant who ran a Chinese restaurant for a long time, also uses fresh rice. Although admittedly, Chinese in the restaurant setting, they don't always have day-old rice on stock because that just runs out, and you don't.
That
You want
all the obstacles we had to face today.
have a whole bunch of stock of day-old rice just to have.
You're right. All our bad luck
Just for fried rice.
manifested at once.
But why today of all days? No, it's nothing. We've already delivered the film to the editors, so there should be nothing more to worry about.
Oh, is Chair, are you suspecting the Mr. Morris?
How are you doing, Mr. Morris? You having a good time?
Well, you could say that. Do you happen to know when the party is scheduled to end?
When you pass out.
Judging by how much fun everyone's having, I'd say probably not until well after midnight. Is there something that you still have to take care of at home, Mr. Morris?
Oh, well, I'm just not a late-night person, so I might take off shortly.
Okay.
Oh, no! Silly me. I almost forgot something super important.
Okay, Yoimiya, that sounds very like sus, scripted.
Oh, what is it?
I prepared a whole batch of fireworks for the party, but I forgot to bring them over from the warehouse.
Fireworks, you say? Well, that's truly a pity. Sorry things didn't go as planned.
Could you help me carry them over, Mr. Morris? I won't be able to fetch all of them by myself.
Okay, Yoimiya, it's obvious you're fishing.
Me? Are you sure that you can't find anyone else?
I just wanted to make this a surprise for everyone. The warehouse isn't far from here. We'll be there in no time. Pretty please, Mr. Morris. These are some of the best fireworks I've ever made. So I also want you to see them before you leave. They're stunning. I promise that they'll be a once-in-a-lifetime experience that you'll never forget.
But...
It's okay. Just come with me. If we're sneaky...
Actually, how much time do I got?
The warehouse is right over here. I moved the fireworks there in advance.
Okay, I got like 30 minutes. Okay, so I got it until the end of the hour.
It's still a ways away from the party.
Sorry about that, Mr. Morris. It's probably because I'm used to carrying fireworks all the time, so it doesn't feel like a lot of work to me.
I don't think I can get it this time. Yeah. I'll have to come back. Hey, where does the traveler go?
It's dark in here. Wait here, Mr. Morris. I think the light switch should be somewhere over here.
Why did I have to get roped into this? What was that?
The big ass light switch. What the heck?
Who's there? Get me out! Get me out of here!
Did you really think you'd get away, Morris?
Oh. Okay, what the heck happened?
You've got the wrong guy. It wasn't me.
Why are you panicking?
Killer.
You know, Eliza died a far more heroic death than this. She fought your assassin to the end to save the children she had hidden beneath the floorboards. That is Eliza's pendant, the one with a photo of you two inside. The one you gave her. Ring any bells?
It's a fake! It has to be! There's no way!
No way your assassin didn't destroy it, you mean? Did you ever love her, Morris? Or was killing her always the plan?
No, please. Listen to me. I told Eliza to keep us a secret. I paid her plenty for her silence. I never thought she'd keep the child. Everything was gonna come out, and I had no choice. She forced my hand. No! I'm begging you. I have money. Just name your price, please.
You can keep your Mora, and you can.
Oh, it's rifled. Oof. That's a good question.
I'm Captain Shovraz of the Special Patrol. Morris, you're under arrest for Eliza's murder.
This is like a very mixed bag on how it's portrayal of fog rhymes. Like here, it's in some ways it's surprisingly accurate, and I like how they did portray gun safety, but in a whoa.
You're under arrest too, prop manager Veronique. Or perhaps I should call you the Second Musketeer.
Oh, there's the sibling.
script.
I mean, a ball bearing shot can work with rifling, can it? It's just not as good as an actually elongated bullet. I think wasn't the elongated conical bullet came about more after was the Manet ball? Was the Manet ball? Until they had the Manet, like I think if I remember my history right, the Dre's needle rifle, it actually started with just a ball, the standard spherical ball round. Despite being a rifled breacher loader. But later on, I think, if I remember correctly, then they switched to a more conical bullet, which obviously raised the accuracy and effective range.
Drop the gun, Veronique.
Well, that's how you pronounce it, Veronique.
Why? Why would you keep me from exacting revenge on this heartless monster?
Drop your weapon. This is my final warning.
So she's the actual shooter, though.
What is going on?
Do I have to spell it out for you, Morris? Everything that took place just now was staged to get you to confess the truth.
Is this an entrapment? No, this is not entrapment. Entrapment is when you enforce the person to do a crime.
But this last part is all improv, of course.
Chevres, you told us you wanted us to help you stage a play. You never said anything about the Second Musketeer.
It's because even I had no way to confirm my theory until now.
Although it was a trap, so there is that.
Thank you for your performance, Yoimiya. Could I trouble you to go and bring in the other Special Patrol members? They should be on standby just outside. Oh, and please tell the other cast members not to worry about us. We'll be rejoining them shortly.
On it.
So what do you think, Morris? Care to talk? My patience is limited, you know. Don't force me to take you back to the interrogation room. I'd wager that you wouldn't last.
The interrogation room makes me think of Kiara's other room.
With the recording we made, you have no chance of winning in court. Cooperating with us now is...
All right. I'll talk. I hired an assassin to murder Elisa. She once worked as a maid on my family's estate. She was very beautiful, and after some time I fell for her. We kept our relationship a secret and carried out an affair for some time, but it wasn't long before she became pregnant. And if my parents ever found out, they would have stripped me of my inheritance and status, driven me out of my home.
Oh, jeez.
I also didn't expect Elisa to insist on bringing the pregnancy to term. She even asked me to leave my family and travel far, far away with her.
She believed that you were truly in love with her.
I didn't have a choice.
Yes, you did. You dummy. You dummy. You totally had a choice.
I gave her a large sum of mora, told her to leave the family and to get rid of the baby. But then years later, she sent me a letter. There were photos of 2 children, and she even asked if I could find some time to visit them.
Huh? 2 children? Paimon thought Baptiste was the only...
Even if she had the children against your will, you could have just ignored the letter entirely. Why kill her?
Yeah, exactly.
I had just gotten engaged to be married to an heiress from another wealthy family. So if anyone were to find out about Elisa, my life would be completely ruined. I didn't have a choice.
Yes, you freaking did.
No. You always had a choice. You just made the wrong choice.
I'm with Chevres on this.
Do you know how it feels to watch your mother be killed right in front of you? My brother and I were hardly even school age yet. We were hidden beneath the floorboards, grasping each other's hands like a lifeline. We were so terrified that we didn't even know we could ever take a breath.
I wonder if she was the brother in the novels, because apparently the 2 Musketeers was based on their real life plans. Excuse me. Of course, this would also imply that Veronique and Baptiste were...
All we could do was to watch Mother try to fight back, and then collapse to the floor. Even after the assassin left, we were still too terrified to leave our hiding spot. We thought that he might come back. It was only until the next evening when we finally climbed out and gathered around our mother.
Oof.
But she had already become cold and stiff to the touch.
You made up your mind right then and there to bring this case to light.
Not only that, we resolved to get our revenge.
And that's why you became the Musketeers.
No, that's why I became a musketeer. The man from before was also killed by me. My brother had nothing to do with it.
I figured as much.
You did?
I once told these two that he didn't look like a killer to me. His confession from that night also rubbed me the wrong way.
Well, there's also the alibi.
I think what really tipped me off was, how could I not feel a sense of regret in him?
Huh?
He confessed faster than any criminal I've ever met, but he didn't say a single word about
Oh
you.
yeah, that's a good point. They were taking, they're both taking the fall for the other. Oh yeah, he actually confessed way too fast. That was another red flag.
But after the questioning ended, I disassembled the musket we dug up from his backyard, put it in front of him, and told him to reassemble it. Want to guess how far he got?
Okay, I had to wonder, what does this mean? I doubt your average crucible knows how to disassemble and reassemble a gun.
He had no idea where to even start. He's never touched a gun in his life.
Then again, we also established that the killer bought gun parts and made their own guns. So there's that. So that actually, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Based on that, I determined that he was not acting alone. He only surrendered himself to draw our attention and create a moment. And as expected, the second musketeer followed us without hesitation once she saw Morris get separated from the rest of the cast. Besides, why else would he call the novel The Two Musketeers?
But how did you know it was Veronique?
I figured it out the moment Baptiste told me his father's name. That so-called financial crisis was all just a ruse. He just wanted to sign up as the investor and then leave the film without any source of funding. After all, he has a vested interest in minimizing the
so
risk
he
of this
did the
story.
contract to like,
It's
no, we
really
can't
just
get
the
any
same
funding to
thing as
anyone
what
else.
he did to Eliza all those years ago.
Human scum.
But then Xavier pulled out all the stops and got the film made against all odds. Morris couldn't have that. With the killer in custody, he figured it was safe to act. And so he came.
This feels like I'm watching a detective
just
novel.
as I expected.
Wait, so you were behind all those mishaps today?
As for the identity of the second musketeer, I assumed they'd probably stay close to Morris and look for an opening. And if they already knew that Morris was the film's investor, then that narrowed the list of potential suspects as well. Furthermore, being the props manager would allow the culprit to avoid scrutiny by purchasing mechanical parts in the name of the crew.
Oh, that would explain why we didn't find anybody that's like, yeah, no individuals have bought mechanical parts for a gun because they were part for this film.
With that hypothesis in mind, I went back to check Baptiste's orphanage adoption records. Guess whose name I saw on the same page, just a few lines from his.
And in addition, it also explains how the prop guns were so good in when the sheriff commented on them.
My brother. He trusted you.
As in, he trusted me to perform the deed on his behalf?
He trusted you to stand on the side of justice.
I am.
I thought you could do it as well. Oh, the look on your face when you told him to go to hell. I really thought you'd put a bullet in his brain.
I mean, she did put on a good act.
You know what he has done. Are you telling me that you'd rather see him spend the rest of his life living like a king in the fortress of Meripede?
I mean, it doesn't mean we can. I can understand that sentiment, but that doesn't mean we can't.
I will never be able to forget the feeling of my mother's cold,
preventing
lifeless hands.
him from living like a king.
And you would call this ending fair? Is this what you call justice?
I won't lie, Veronique. I did hesitate when your brother first told me about the truth. I wondered. I agonized over whether I should...
So why don't you?
Because that should never be how justice is carried out in this world.
I mean, if everyone can just enact their own justice, it just becomes an eye for an eye.
Perhaps, to you, justice is simply reciprocated. An eye for an eye, and a life for a life.
Okay, I read her mind, apparently.
But everyone has their own understanding of justice.
Exactly.
If everyone were to pursue their own definition of it, there would be no more order in this world.
It would be a big fight for... It just become chaos as everyone just fights for their own brand of definition of justice. Which actually, now that I think about it, I can go into... I forget that one German philosopher's... Ubermax niche about the death of God, and about if you don't have God for the divine morality, then basically humankind has to make their own morality. But everyone has their own definition of what's moral, so then you come have a big fight of what's moral.
Today, you'll kill Morris, and tomorrow, his children may come for you.
The cycle of revenge.
The world cannot render judgments based on a desire for revenge. That will only lead to a cycle of revenge, as well as the destruction of order and civilized society. Fontaine is founded on a set of laws and a standardized code of justice. That is why we are the nation of justice. But with all that said, I will promise you this. Morris will not lead a cushy life in the fortress of Meripede.
Chevreuse, the rest of the special patrol is here.
Thank you so much, Yoimiya. Letelier, Terena.
Is all the police full of women?
I still can't agree with your reasoning.
I know.
Justice has not been delivered. At least, not today.
Chevron.
Let's go. We should give an explanation to the crew.
I think you made the right call.
Thank you for your concern. I'm just thinking about the things in life that have driven people to take justice into their own hands.
I mean, it's perceived failures that can do that. Emphasis on perceived. Okay, we got about 20 minutes to finish the rest.
Who would have thought Morris would turn...
I'm just glad that you're all safe and sound.
Well, what should we do now? We have a
What do you mean? Shouldn't you be...
Chiori is right. I'd also like more people to see this story for themselves.
I mean, it's understandable. Xavier's position is it's understandable. If you just made a film about the Twin Towers right after 9/11, you'd be kind of hesitant to still show it. Or it's not that different from when Buffy had a big climactic action scene at a school. They then decided to postpone it after a school shooting just happened.
But the real ending of the story seems to have deviated somewhat from the one in the script. Is that still acceptable to you, Miss Chevreuse?
The call is yours. We still have time to reshoot an ending if that's what you'd like.
I mean, that's nice that they offered to
It's fine
reshoot.
as is. I like what we have for the catharsis. Romanticism is what gives works of art their appeal. Fiction is able to explore means of restitution that could never work in real life. Just like the real world, the world of stories also has its own set of rules and justice. These different possibilities are what initially drew me to reading in the first place.
This makes me feel like she would really love Batman.
Sounds good to me. I support your decision.
What about Veronique? Will she be okay?
She will soon face her judgment alongside her brother and Morris. If I had to guess, they'll probably all be sent to the fortress of Meripede. I'll make sure to give Risley a heads up about it.
Okay, quick. No, Risley is the head of the Fortress of Meripede. He's basically like the chief woman.
Oh, you mean that kind of heads up?
Exactly.
Ahem. All right. Then the matter's... Let's get back to the feast and enjoy each other's company. You should join us, Chevreuse.
All right.
Then I'll wait for you over there. There's...
Traveler, Paimon, could you wait for me by the sea after the party ends? I'd like to go on a brief thank you very much.
I'm kind of have to rush here because event's about to end in like less than 20 minutes. Oh, nice. The fire, the hand sparklers.
Sorry for the wait.
Oh, we weren't waiting long at all. Is it?
No, I don't have anything new to share. I just felt that... Traveler, how would you have responded to Baptiste's request if you were in...
I would have done the same as you.
Is that so? When I was young, my father often took me here to swim. We'd come rain or shine, even when it was freezing cold.
That sounds dangerous. To go swimming when it's freezing cold.
He told me that swimming was the best activity to train one's strength of will. You could...
Oh?
Because the moment you give up would be the moment you die. One winter, the chilly wind felt almost like knives on my skin, and the seawater was so frigid that it numbed my toes. I cried and begged my father to spare me from having to swim across, but he wouldn't listen. He used to be a member of the Special Patrol as well. You could say
I'm not sure if that's counts as abuse or just tough love.
That sounds awful.
When he saw that I wouldn't stop crying, he just picked me up and tossed me
Oh
into
my
the
gosh.
water.
You wanna go? Okay. Dive you into the icy cold water.
Bone-chilling cold took away my senses. I couldn't feel anything but fear. I waited for my father to save me, but one look and I knew he'd already started swimming for the opposite shore. I realized...
Okay, this is kind of like abusive territory.
I used all of my strength to try and catch up to my father. I've never felt afraid about anything in my life after that, nor have I ever cried again.
That sounds like trauma.
That way of teaching would have never worked out.
Yeah, I don't think that was the right method for anyone.
Okay, at least I sure recognized this was a terrible method.
It's just that, working now as I am in the pursuit of justice, I still sometimes feel like I've been tossed into that winter sea all over again. The anger and the helplessness.
That definitely sounds like trauma.
Chevres.
Yeah, I feel the same way, Paimon. That's I definitely feel.
The worse I feel, the more I know to never give up. Anyway, how about a race? Neither of us will drown, but we can still see who swims faster.
Okay, that was a mood lash. It's like she shares her trauma, and it's like, hey, you want to have a race now? I'm like, what? That was just.
Hi, Mama Grub.
That was the sudden swap and change in moods.
Oh, that felt good.
You were so fast in the water, Chevres. You were swimming even... So, about the Special Patrol. Did you join because of...
Partly, but I'd say I was more inspired by the heroes I read about in stories growing up.
Okay, that doesn't surprise me.
Oh, so it's due to your love of stories.
Of course, it was only after I joined the Special Patrol that I learned that truth is often stranger than fiction. Come on, let's walk.
Oh, that's true. Because stories, they always have to explain how things
I
happen.
sometimes question whether the decisions I make are the right ones.
Whereas real life,
But I know that
it doesn't owe you an explanation. So if it doesn't make sense, then you have to. Well, it's not going to explain anything to you. You have to figure it out
shore in
yourself.
the distance.
I mean, like how people can easily give you a very bad summary of World War II.
Thank you for coming on this walk with me. I feel a lot better after getting all that off.
And it would just sound like,
We're nearly back at Baptiste's house.
Huh, you're right.
He really did plant a lot of flowers.
it would just sound like,
Just like how he described it in the story.
like BS. But of course, anyone who knows history, that's how it happened. And there were some reasons for it.
The rain roses in the garden. They're in full bloom now.
They look like roses. Well, no, well, they are roses. So. But I don't know why they're called rainbow. Maybe they're... Okay. Okay, if I actually... where are they? Okay, now, yeah, that looks... Delicate pink, tender pink flowers. But I can... More akin to lilies. They're not even roses, either.
Even though it's a bit late. Not on behalf of the Special Patrol this time. It's a Oh, you want to hear... To be honest, I didn't spend that much time with him. He was always busy with the Special Patrol. Once, he didn't come home for a... When I went out to buy food, I learned that he had become a criminal, and by extension,
damn.
that made me a criminal's daughter.
Oh,
But we can talk about that another day. I actually have a lot of sympathy for Veronique, but that doesn't mean I'll allow them to walk the path of evil. Films are different from the real world. I adore the two I can't wait to catch the film when it premieres in the... Thank you for looking out for
dang. After all that about her father giving her some tough, abusive love. Oh yeah, he became a criminal while being totally absent. Wait, 2 days later? Oh my gosh. Okay, and then I got 12 minutes to do this last part. Okay, day after tomorrow. Go faster, go faster. Is that enough time, or do I... Yes. Hopefully this should be relatively short.
Xavier, it's been a while.
Hey there, you two. Sorry I've been scarce. I've been buried in marketing and preparing the film for release ever since we wrapped post-production.
The award ceremony is today, right? Paimon...
I'd give it a 90% chance.
Farina! Oh, Paimon didn't know you were already here. You're earlier than everyone else.
She actually woke up early.
I'm sure the
And
others
sober.
will also be here in no time. Xavier, if we end up getting called on stage, shouldn't you come up with a name for our crew?
What? But we don't even know if we're going to win. I wouldn't want to jinx our chances by...
Oh, his title's now for film producer.
Your eyes! Surely you've seen the audience's reaction. You've also had conversations with the Opera House's operating staff, right? Didn't they want to increase the number of showings? With the more you've made from the box office, you can now open your very own film company.
Nice. Congratulations, Xavier.
That's all credit to my amazing crew. You've all helped to make this a reality, so I can't be the only...
I like how humble he is, even after all this.
Well, give it some thought. I'm sure the crew will respect your choice.
All right, but before that, Traveler and Paimon, could I trouble you to quickly pay a visit to the Fortress of Merip?
Huh? But shouldn't we stay
I wanted to ask you two to invite Shavraz to join us at the ceremony. I haven't been able to find her recently, so I haven't...
Oh, okay. We need to invite
The culprits
Shavraz.
of the Musket murder case will be personally escorted today by the...
Oh, Paimon gets it now. Yep, just wait here, Xavier, and maybe try to...
All right, then I'll leave you...
Shit, how do I get into the fortress? I don't... Okay, navigation. I'm really not seeing how to get into it. I know there's I can get trapped by the lights, and I might do that just to get myself in. There. I might. Hopefully it doesn't force the other quest on me. Okay, now I need to go to a higher level. Is that an elevator?
This is as far as
Okay,
I'll be
good.
taking them.
There we go.
I'll leave the 3 of them to you now.
Got another errand to run?
Oh, Duke. The Duke and Mystery Fortress Mirrorpeed. I don't have time to read
Something
this.
like that. I'm expected at a party.
Now that's something you don't hear every day. Found a new pastime?
No, it's just a special occasion.
Chevras! Risley!
It's Risley.
Festivals really do bring people together. It's been a while since I last had so many visitors at the Fortress of Mirrorpeed.
Call it the festival spirit, I guess.
Yeah, you could say that. Even our head nurse has gotten herself all worked up preparing super deluxe nutritious shakes. Just one gulp and you'll have met all your nutrition needs.
Were you talking about work just...
We've already finished discussing everything. So, what do you think about my heads up, Mr. Risley?
It's Risley.
I believe I haven't yet made any promises or guarantees.
But you also didn't shoot me down. Here, how about this? You could give everyone a copy of the newspaper. Perhaps on the day when the cover story happens to, oh, I don't know, expose a certain someone's misdeeds from 20...
I suppose then a certain someone may soon find himself the most unlucky person in the Fortress of
While another 2 people will soon be hailed as heroes.
Speaking of heroes, did you two...
You're here to invite me to the party, right? Don't worry, I didn't forget.
Ooh, then let's head back right away!
Okay.
See you, Risley! Happy fun!
But yet, Morris is not going to become a very unlucky individual indeed.
Please, go.
The 2 Musketeers triumph. Usually on Netflix. Okay, immediately goes to the final
And the
cuts.
winner of the Farina Award for the first Fontanalia Film Festival is... The 2 Musketeers!
Oh, they even made a like. Oh, that's a nice poster. Although it's kind of amusing to actually keep their in-game costumes.
We really won!
Farina has that confident smile.
Congratulations, Mr. Xavier.
We won? I can't believe it! I really can't thank all of you enough!
See? My takes on Fontaine's entertainment industry have never been wrong.
Now, please welcome to the stage the producer of the 2 Musketeers, Mr.
Thank you! Thank you all so much!
Time really flies, huh?
It certainly feels that way. It feels like it was only yesterday when you were teaching me to hold a musket.
Feels like 5 minutes
Will
ago.
you come back to Fontaine again?
Of course. I'm very fond of the city.
It's interesting how they came best of friends.
Interesting things. that it's been hard to keep track of them all. But how about you? Would you be interested in visiting Inazuma?
I can't say the thought has crossed my mind before, but I'd be willing to consider it now.
I do feel like Shiver's going to be the Inazuma event now.
It would be wonderful if you could visit my home and enjoy a taste of our tea and just...
Yeah, let's keep in touch.
Oh, yep.
Did you accomplish all you came here for?
Yes. And you should visit Inazuma.
How has Ogura and her business been?
To my knowledge, she's doing quite well.
I'm not sure who that
Tell
is.
her I said hi.
I certainly will.
Maybe it's
I
in
heard
the
the
Archon
thunderstorm has stopped.
Yes, and the war has also been brought to an end. Peace and prosperity.
Okay, the war is a civil war that's brought up in this Archon quest.
I quite like the sound of that. Perfect for hanging town.
I'd like to offer my thanks again to the entire cast and crew. Without you, I would have never completed this film, much less had the opportunity.
Especially since he found a crew that was willing to pay for accept payment and exposure.
With the support of my entire crew, I would like to officially announce our film company, Musketeer Pictures.
Woohoo! That has a really nice ring to it.
I mean, it's not very original, but it's at the same time it fits
Then in that
and
case,
does roll off the tongue.
Please welcome all the members of Musketeer Pictures onto the stage for a
Oh, Paimon didn't know we'd also be taking pictures.
Director Farina, I believe you are the most deserving person to raise this trophy.
Yep, we're making you do it.
No. There's no need. It's so embarrassing.
It's an honor the director deserves.
Yep, exactly. And plus, I just like seeing her cringe.
Yes, I agree.
I can't think of anyone better for the honor.
Just accept that you're not getting out of this.
Ready, everyone? 3, 2, 1.
It's Farina winning the Farina Award, holding a Farina statue.
Musketeer Pictures!
This is a nice picture. It's very sweet. Okay, so that we thankfully completed in time. With 1 minute left. Oh my gosh. Ooh. We had 1 minute left to go. Oh my gosh. Here, let's go ahead and do a quick. Nope, no, nothing.
Team, assemble!
Ooh, that was. At this point, I'm not sure what. Oh wait, this event shop. Wait, did it already?
Ow!
Oh, the story quest did not give you any currency. Okay. Oh, and there's the daily reset. Oh, I wanted to get a close-up look on the giant Farina statue. Too bad. Oh shoot, I didn't get this done. I didn't get these ones. Oh, that's gonna be that's unfortunate. I think we should still make it be able to fully complete this though. Let's see. We have 3 more weeks. So that's about 30,000 when you consider the account. Yeah, I have less than 3. So it's unfortunate I didn't get these points, but we'll be fine. And plus I can still get these points. I mean, depending on how my luck goes, I might get this on Tuesday.
Ow!
Alright, so we'll probably want to do spend some risen. let's start by the amateur skill. I am alive.
Ad Astra.
I've been trying to get back into streaming, but I have been having some health issues pop up. Hopefully, I did. Maybe this. Hopefully, maybe later this week I'll do some Hollow Knight again. I'm sure you'll enjoy that, Ivan. All right. So I have some Rinsen, and I might want to use that. How much is it? Oh, 50 Primo Gens to restore. Okay. So I could do some in a Zoom. I can get that. The combat's kind of, and depending on what the characters you get, the combat can be frustrating. I do know back in the 1.x patch cycle, especially with as a lot of people were kind of figuring out how to optimize combat, which kind of made things more frustrating than it needed to be. I can definitely feel that, because I mean, I partly quit because I was getting really frustrated with the combat, Ivan, because especially a lot of the dungeons you needed to grind, like this one or that one or this one, they were all they were a big chore to grind, especially since their apparent philosophy they had for these early dungeons is like, yeah, we're just gonna put out some random nerf for you. So, and it really felt like you needed certain characters in order to give you a smooth grinding experience. And a lot of these dungeons were just a pain to grind. Thankfully, it seems that after I came back, I didn't try it out to. It seems like starting with Inazuma, they really changed their domain philosophy. Instead of them nerfing you, giving you some sort of debuff and just giving you a painful experience, the domains you grind now will give you some sort of buff. So that way, if you have the right team, instead of like just having a terrible experience, you just have it just makes things easier if you can create the right team for it. So that's nice. Unfortunately, Inazuma here has a very rushed storyline. In Sumeru, I hear, has a good storyline, although for people who like to explore, it's very it's annoying that they make a lot of the exploration tools behind quests. So that's a potential downside. To some extent, yeah. I mean, there's still that artifact grind. And then, of course, I didn't know they completely changed Geo. Was another big change, but they still. But other than the one time they did for Zhongli, they will not do balance changes, or at least directly. So if one character that had a lot of controversy for having a very disjointed kit that made her not a good character to play as, or at least for most content, they refused to change her. I don't think they even commented on it. But I just feel like for some things they do, they will change things like again, like how I commented how a lot of people, one of the criticisms I heard for the Sumeru area, this arc, is that the storyline is great, but they didn't like how exploration is locked behind quests. Well, they changed that for the Fontaine area, where none of the exploration is locked behind a world quest, and they also broke up the world quest, so it's also in like various smaller bite-sized chunks. So it's a lot easier to do. Does the story? There it is. Does it still have bonus experience? Yeah. But I definitely recall vaguely, for me, at least initially, my experience with combat got a little bit better after I got Ganyu, because she can do a lot of because she's an actual decent TPS character, as well as I think it would be a lot better if people were able to, if you really
Ow!
if you actually rated up like the tier crafters, because like I remember like Bennett used to been like considered like F tier at the beginning.
Where did that come from?
But he's like a S class support, because Fantastic Voyage is utterly broken. But of course, I can't really level him because of that level issue I mentioned earlier, is because the domains are a pain to grind. And while I did get a good TPS with Ganyu, it was still some domains were still a pain. No, this is actually that the rocks is actually you cannot actually throw rocks at characters. Rather, it's a part of Bennett's idle animation. He's just because one of the things that Bennett, this character here, suffers from is extreme bad luck, and rocks randomly falling on him is one of the things that happens to him. Oh. Well, that was a quick turnaround. Now that I think about it, wasn't there? There wasn't like a snowball item. Oh yeah, they had introduced a card game. What does that do again? Oh, I see. It's part for the this item is for the Sumer exploration. Oh. Okay. So, sounds like after a certain quest, you might actually lose it. I don't know. I'll follow up on it later. Because that's a really unusual to give you an exploration item and then make you lose it.
Can we play Banker next time?
Good things come to those who don't wait around. That's what they say anyway. Knowing my luck, the opposite is probably true for me.
Okay, okay, I'm gonna take a short break because I need to use the bathroom. So, then I'm probably going to do some side content. So I'll be right back.
Let's go find some treasure.
Alright, I'm back. Alright, so let's go ahead and use some of up our question is, who do I want? Let's see. What's the talent of it? Okay. We don't want that. I guess I'll do the emblem dungeon. Since I'm hopeful that I'll get right in Shogun in the next when she comes out in the next couple of days. And that would greatly expand my options.
Wind, hear me. No touching. All hail. Let me scribe. Fate is upon you. We're way behind schedule.
I shouldn't need reverse. Oh, come on! No! Darn it!
Born of ice and frost.
There! Oh my gosh. Not... For some reason, it kept
Next on the agenda.
trolling me. It wouldn't let me interfere with that shield. Let's see. Nope. Well, it's Syro. An energy reach. I'll keep it. Just recharging the crit damage. That's still two
Strike a pose! Let lightning echo in song! Barbados! No touching! Blaze over! Delved into destiny! Written in the stars!
Wait. Oh my gosh, he froze him in there. Like, where the heck did he go?
Access denied. Let me scry. No touching. We're way behind schedule.
Come on. Thank you. Yeah, this is... Let's see what we get this time. Oh, crit rate. It only has one good stat of the ER, but I'm gonna take it because I have so few crit rate circlets. Attack sands, no real good stats on it. Let's do it one more time.
do. Decided by destiny. Shadows of fate.
Ow, that hurt.
Access denied.
No. Okay, good. All right, you have a good night. And sweet dreams. Thanks again for watching. That's probably enough for this domain. Ooh. Tech and recharge. Nice. Hit points. Ooh, defense. Ooh, EM. We might want to hold on to it just because EM is so hard to find. Oh, I might as well do this. Do this daily quest. How many? Oh, just one. Okay, so it's... Sabotage the slime. Oh, that's... Yeah, this is the kind down there. Ooh, chest.
Perhaps whoever left these behind was also fulfilling a contract.
Let's see. Swift Slayer. Art to be hung. Don't I already have that achievement? I could probably go grab the next Zavi quest, which is when you chronologically.
Next on the agenda.
Great inventor. Time before he became a producer. How do you know? He just kind of did a best guess. Okay, get them more water. Do I want to do this real quick? Yeah. Yeah, not really. I can do it later. Oh, I should probably adjust the time. Let's do the art one. Here, that's the blue, and then to go to the Kamisato estate for the art. Freaking wish. Do I have enough for the next level at Sakura Tree? No, I need 11 more. I need Electro. Thank you. Alright, so there it is. And then there's an Oko right there. Ooh. I'll give it a lot of time for
Smell of treasure. Strange.
this so cool. Come back here. Why are you going? Sorry. Oof, thankfully that's not too far.
Empty chest. Good for storage.
Right. Correct. Probably want to grab the waypoint while we're in this area. Kamisato estate. Yashiro Kamisato clan of the Yashiro Commission. This is also the place where the commissioner works. Counselors aren't usually allowed here. But I remember that you are a guest of Miss Kamisato, in which case please be my guest. Thomas.
I'm sure the Kamisato clan will be fine.
Can I do the reputation?
Documents that
Yeah.
need to be seen by the commission.
The Ashura Commission, Konjo Commission, and the Tenryou Commission owns the tribunal. No car. Oh, there's our Oakley nearby. Oh, it might be underground below me. Okay, I'll think for it later.
So, this is the kind of place where the big shots of Inazuma live, huh? Paimon kinda expected it to be snazzier.
Okay, the Dawn Runner is not that snazzy. The chamber does.
Welcome at last to the Kamisato residence, honored guests. Miss Kamisato is delighted to finally meet you.
It's kind of hard to meet the top a floating palace.
Is this the
mansion.
Shirasage Himegimi you keep going on about? So, where's she at? Oh, behind the screen?
Yes. As the daughter of the Yashiro Commission, this is how Miss Kamisato is accustomed to receiving guests. Consider it a time-honored tradition within the Yashiro Commission. Forgive me if this is an unwelcome surprise.
Makes sense. She's a super important person after all.
Please forgive my lack of courtesy for receiving you in this fashion, especially following such a long and wearisome journey over the sea. I have awaited your arrival with great anticipation, and Toma assures me that you do indeed possess the power to change the tide of the times. At present in Inazuma, in the name of the Vision Hunt Decree, the people's aspirations are being senselessly trampled underfoot. Though the Yashiro Commission serves the Shogun, it is the people with whom we share close bonds, given the contact we are required to have with them in the performance of our duties. A commission's power rises and falls with the trust of their people. Thus, we cannot remain indifferent to this situation without also remaining indifferent to our own fate. Traveler, lend us your power, and we can...
I'm just here to meet the Renton Shogun. I did not come to start a rebellion.
Oh.
See, milady, it's just like I said. This will take us nowhere.
Wow, that's kind of rude. I'm just gonna leave now.
No, please, wait! Please, don't go!
That seemed kind of desperate.
I will introduce you to the Raiden Shogun on one condition. You must fulfill 3 small wishes on my behalf.
What are your wishes?
They pertain to 3 whose visions were taken from them. Perhaps once you've met them, you will understand.
I mean, isn't that what the Traveler sibling said?
A warrior who guards a village, a former samurai who helped carry out the Vision Hunt Decree, and a swordmaster determined to become the best in the world. Does Paimon got that right?
Correct. Please do all you can to help them. Then you have...
I'm sure... Miss Kamisato's left, it seems. No cunning...
So what, does she just stand there? Or does she goes all the way over there? That seems really awkward to receive visitors. If she was like right behind this, if there was like a cushion behind the screen, that would make more sense. Can I do rip? Yeah. Nope. Alright, let's see if we can get this over. There it is. I see it. Oh, you're down here. And then he goes and jumps across. Oh. There's one, another one. Oh. Don't see him anything. That Nuki go. It looks like I'm gonna go for that. Just gotta grab these items, especially the opal. Ooh. Something that wasn't there. The fox is... Shake word. Okay, so that's... Oh, oh, that's actually something else. I think. Alright, let's see what's this chest.
To the ferry. The perfect distance. Finally, to the ferry. Finally,
Oh, yikes. Did not expect another chest right there. The water performance is always nice.
There's nothing wrong with reaping a reward every now and then. Next on the agenda...
Unsold slave. Wow. We should go back to the Archon quest. Oh, what's going on here?
Let's see. Where's the person Ayaka told us about?
Why are you doing this? Why leave all of a sudden, after all these years?
Precisely. It's much too sudden. We've had no time to prepare. The children are desperate for you to take them out to play. Please, we urge you to reconsider.
That must be the guy Ayaka told us about. Let's go over and see.
Wants us to show us what happens when the person loses their abilities.
Ah, you must also be here to... Teijima has protected this place ever since he arrived here 30 years ago. Keeping out the treasure hoarders, fending off any monsters that draw near, resolving quarrels between the villagers. He has put an enormous amount of work into looking after this place, and we all think the world of him.
So he's the town village guardian.
He says he plans to leave us. We can't help but wonder, was it something we did? We will gladly apologize if that's the case.
He's something that they immediately think it's the
something to do with the... It's clear that Teijima had done nothing wrong, and still they confiscated his vision. After that,
thought as much.
He became a completely different person. I can't claim to fully understand it, but I could tell that he'd lost something very important to him. He went off on a walk, alone, circled the... Truth be told, we aren't sure whether trying to keep him here is the right thing to do, but equally...
Seems like he's a well-respected... You must be Teijima. So what's made you want to up and leave all of a sudden?
Me? It's not a question of why I want to leave, but a question of what reason I would have to stay. True, but that's not why I chose to stay here. And what made me want to come here 30 years ago? And why have I never wanted to leave in all that time? I don't have answers to those questions because I can't remember anymore. Ever since they took my vision away, it's like a slice of my memory is gone.
Oof.
In the past, I knew I wanted to stay here. But whatever resolve I had then, it's gone now. So I thought, what's to stop me from moving around instead? The emptiness inside me will be there either way.
Okay.
Sounds
well, in that case, if we help you rediscover... But if you can't remember anything... Oh! Maybe if you just try a little harder
yeah, like that's Paimon, that's not...
Oh, that reminds me. Last time I brought Teijima some fruit, I do believe...
I keep a diary?
Oh, yes, you do. And what's more, I remember you saying at the time that you...
Perfect! So if we want to keep Teijima from leaving, we
If you don't mind, we will leave you to find the diary.
Although now that I think about it, setting up the this chain of events,
This looks like Teijima.
Making the traveler like, I'm not in this for you, and making us see why. It's probably to really make the
villagers and I got together to cook dry braised salted fish. I messed up and burned mine a little, so I had to. Today, I helped rescue a kid who had fallen in the water. After I pulled him out, he told me that his best friend Bamboo was still in the water. I went kite flying today. The string broke, so I chased after it as fast as I could. I soon realized I was never going to get it back, so I just found somewhere to sit and watch as it flew away into the distance. Seems like your average... Huh? I went to pray at the shrine again today and stayed there a while. The Omamori you gave me has faded a little, but it is still my most treasured
after a year?
possession.
I think it's like after a year or two, Omamoris are supposed to be disposed of back at the shrine.
Now that's the kind of info we're looking for.
Alright. Visit the shrine. Oh, that shrine.
So this is the Omamori Tejima wrote about. Interesting. Looking at the color and the design, Paimon would have thought it belonged to a child. But anyway, if he had this with him all the time...
Okay.
Here we are! This seems to be some... The soil looks like it's been disturbed. Maybe Tejima buried something precious here. Must be something pretty amazing if it made him stick around. It
A letter?
looks like a letter. The paper's... Konda Village. Sounds so
We
familiar.
come separate during the war. Go wait for me in Konda Village. There will be a safe home for us there. Oh. I mean, this is all Japanese script. Although it's a bit... So some of the characters are a little bit off. Probably because it's A, handwritten, and B, probably a little bit more older style. But one thing I'm noticing is that it looks like it's been, instead of writing vertically, it's written horizontally left to right, which is not how they normally write it. They write top down, right to left. And I'm not seeing a whole lot of kanji. Like, there's this kanji. And then you see it again, so I'm wondering if that's actually kanji or not. It might be a different kanji.
Huh. So the reason Tejima came here was to wait for someone. But he's been here for 30 years. Oh, guess... Well, let's go get...
Well, I'll be. That's certainly my handwriting. And I guess the Omamori and letter. But I have no memory of anything that's written in this diary. Still, it's clear that I was waiting for someone here, and that I chose to wait for 30 years. Over the years, I must have made a note of anything interesting. Anything that I could share with her when we were finally reunited.
Was it her? Could have been that war buddy.
And just look at all the things that did happen over the years. The time has flown by so quickly. 30 years feels like the blink of an eye. How could I have forgotten something so important to me? Now, love, regret, everything I felt for her. No, not especially. After all, I've forgotten who she was. Her face, her voice, the things we experienced together. It's as if she'd never been in my life to begin with. As if all these years have been... I think... maybe not. If this is something I wait... Although... what if she were to turn up eventually, only to find I didn't remember so much as her name? Wouldn't that be upsetting for her? When I think about it like that, I do feel a slight tinge of sadness in my heart. How curious. Why am I thinking like this when I don't even remember who she is? It's just like that feeling of emptiness, the feeling that something is missing. Thank you both for helping me reconnect with my reason for staying here. I shall remain here and keep waiting for her.
Tejima seems to be dealing... okay. makes Paimon really
Losing
sad.
the reason to feel sad is maybe the saddest thing of all.
Seems it's just like Ayaka and Tomo were saying. If you lose your vision, you lose all your hopes and dreams too. That certainly explains the state pain. At least we were able to help him. According to Miss Kamisato, the second one who lost their vision is a samurai.
Alright, next one.
They say the Tenryou Commission is directly controlled by the Shogun. They're the ones responsible for maintaining law and order in Inazuma. But why would they take action against one of their own?
Because he has the vision.
Paimon doesn't get it. Huh? There seems to be some commotion over there. Let's go see what's happening.
I'll ask one more time. Do you intend to withhold this month's emergency provisions?
The entire clan is counting on that food. We demand an explanation.
How many times do I have to say it? I don't know anything about emergency provisions.
You dare deceive us? Those provisions are essential. Do you understand? Not some goods to be pocketed by greedy samurai.
You samurai think you can just do whatever you please? The Tenryou Commission will hear of this.
Emergency.
Oh, huh? And who are you? One of Kurosawa's gang, no doubt.
What? We just happened to be passing by. We heard the commotion and came to see what the matter was.
I see. You seem to have come just at the right time. Perhaps you can help us settle this matter. This is Kurosawa. He's a samurai and a member of the Shogun's army. They issue emergency provisions to the area, and he's the one responsible for distribution.
Why is he acting like he doesn't know?
We'd simply ask him for provisions and everything would be delivered. Now, he suddenly refuses to give us anything. He's keeping the provisions for himself. I just know it. We'll starve without them.
No one seems to care about us. We used to think Kurosawa was a kind man, but he's shown his true colors. He's the same as all the other samurai.
Or maybe his lack of vision made him forget.
It's no wonder all the visions have been confiscated. The Raiden Shogun doesn't need people like him helping her rule the nation.
This must be one of the people Ayaka asked us to help. But why would she ever want us to help someone like him? Maybe we should talk to Kurt.
I'm gonna get a bet that with the loss of his vision, he no longer remembers why he wants
Never even heard of these emergency provisions. I don't know whether it's rumors or whether they're trying to blackmail me. But either way, it's ridiculous. If I was hoarding supplies, would I still be the poor man I am today? My own family can barely get by as it is. No, if you'll excuse me, I've got other matters to attend to.
I wonder why he just denies it and just leaves it at that instead of like looking into the matter. You know, just pick up your records.
And that's the first bit of truth I've heard all day. The Shogun's army told me that I was unworthy of my vision. And they said I was slacking off in my work. Apparently, I'd even disappointed the Raiden Shogun. And that's why they confiscated my vision.
Well, that's strange. You were helping enforce the vision hunt decree.
To be perfectly honest, I don't seem to remember the details. All I know is that I would perform certain things every month. But I don't recall what they were.
Maybe there was the emergency provisions?
And it's not just that. I have this unsettling feeling, like someone owes me something.
Does it have to do with the missing emergency provisions?
I didn't take any. Like I said, if I was taking them for myself, I wouldn't be going through such hard times right now.
We didn't say you take any.
To top it all off, my house was just raided by treasure hoarders, which is why I came here in the first place. If you don't believe me, go find the treasure hoard.
But we better confirm. We should be able to follow.
treasure hoarders. Actually, I wanna. Where is it? Oh, max hit points. Oh, that might be useful if you purely hit the healing part. Ooh, got 2 for 1. Ooh, 2 for 1 again. Okay, so treasure hoarders. We're just gonna.
We really outdid ourselves this time. All those samurai houses packed with goods. We really hit the jackpot. I mean, besides that one house.
You haven't seen anything yet. There'll be a lot more where this came from. Today's just the beginning. I'll be leading you all on an epic journey of pillage and plunder that will go down in hoarder history.
You're supposed to do plunder first and then pillage.
You
amateurs.
Boss.
These seem like the treasure hoarders we're after. Let's teach them a lesson.
They're not treasure hoarders, they're bandits.
Another test subject.
Boom.
Oh, there goes all the Mora. We worked hard to steal that, you know? Come on, boss. Think of something.
Not bad, kid. You ever think of joining the treasure hoarders? Kurosawa. Oh, I remember. So he's the one who sent you after us, huh? Just our luck.
So what did you see inside?
Food supplies. You kidding? That place was a complete mess. All we found was a strange-looking box, hopefully with valuables.
Come on now, Paimon. Do you really think he would have the food?
I didn't want anyone else to see it, so I was planning on open. Now that you've caught us, how about we make...
You've got a deal. Now show us what...
Huh?
What the...
There's nothing in here but IOUs!
Yeah, and they all seem to be made out to the owner of a general goods store, a Miss Aoi. We better talk to this Miss Aoi. As for you guys, you're free to go. Just
Yeah, so we redeemed ourselves for some IOUs.
Shut it.
I'm gonna guess that the samurai was taking out goods from IOE, and that was the emergency food provisions. Okay, might as well take this away from it.
Welcome to Tsukumomono Grocery. Or perhaps there's something you want. Ah, so you're friends of Kurosawa, I take it. Perhaps you're here to pay off his debts.
Whoa! Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're just here to learn where they all came from. How did Kurosawa end up owing you so much money? Did he buy anything super expensive here?
Let me think. Kurosawa would come regularly to purchase large quantities of foodstuffs. He'd always put the payment on his own account. However, the price of provisions began to skyrocket recently, and his salary was no longer enough to cover the cost. So,
all right, because of the Sankoku
writing out
degree.
IOUs to cover
So,
whatever
because they couldn't import food anymore, the food skyrocketed.
So that's how he was getting those emergency provisions. But why did he have to purchase a usual amount? If the prices increased, couldn't he just buy less?
Well, if you think about it, the citizens receiving the emergency provisions must have been carefully calculating how much they needed to sustain them each time. Kurosawa thought that it would be quite the disappointment for them if they found they didn't have enough, especially after such long and careful planning. So he deemed it necessary to take on the debt rather than let the people down.
Oh, that's really self-sacrificing.
Wow. Kurosawa was purchasing all the emergency provisions at his own expense. And no one ever appreciated...
People's attitudes will always reflect their circumstances. If you ask me, had
I mean, Paimon, you were doing the exact same thing.
from the start, then there wouldn't be such a severe backlash now. Of course, I'm sure there would still have been some unrest. What he was... As for why he chose to spend his own money, if you're still curious, why don't... I see. That reminds me, it's most unfortunate. If he doesn't clear the debt on his name, he'll have no choice but to sell that sword that is so dear to him.
Sword? What?
Oh, didn't he tell you? I've asked him about its origins. He told me that it was... In hindsight, I regret that I never made an... Why don't you ask him about the sword yourself? Oh, but before you go...
But you...
Information is also a kind of... Don't worry. I won't charge much for information about Kurosawa.
At least we now know where the emergency provisions were coming
That's still a scam. If you didn't, you gotta...
Let's go talk to Kurosawa again.
I'll be like, no, bye. If you wanted money, you should have said that up front. And not just give it out for free. And if they press the issue, it's like, well...
What are you...
I presented them with a choice. Either they left. It turned out to be a real time saver, actually. Perhaps I
no,
should start
please
using it
don't.
more often. Did you manage to track down the treasure hoarders?
That just about sums it up. It turns out that you really were distributing emergency provisions, but they were all purchased at your own expense.
Strange. Is that really the kind of person I was?
I have to wonder, why does the loss of vision... Okay, I can understand the loss of vision, ambition, and dreams, but why is there so much loss of memory?
I don't really have any such recollection. Why was I purchasing emergency provisions for everyone? And why would I put myself in such a difficult situation? But I could not deny that when I brandished my sword to scare those two away, I could sense that my body was somehow... This sword was once wielded by my father. I remember once when I was young, I wanted to sneak out with the blade and show it off to the kids next door. What did he say?
It was worth it.
I can't seem to remember that either. It would seem that I forgot many important things when my vision was taken from me. So many memories.
So any memory that was linked to either form his ambition,
no matter how hard
or is acted, or as a consequence of that ambition.
All I can remember now is my father telling me that this blade bore and said to me,
Hey, if you look carefully, can you recognize the words?
Virtue and justice.
Virtue and justice? Somehow those two words seem to explain everything now. Taking on seemingly endless debts to make others happy. I guess that must have been my greatest ambition after all. But what use of virtue and justice? I purchased the provisions for those in need. And look how things ended up. The Tenryo Commission seized my vision. And the very people I was so desperately trying to help refused to understand me. And the irony of all of it is, I somehow still felt sorry when threatening them with my blade. I'm incapable of being a good person, yet I'm equally unable to be bad. I don't know what...
Yet another troubled soul. When we get the chance, let's speak to Toma about Kurosawa. In any case, we must never let him sell off that soul. Yeah. Seems fortunately for us, let's go find the next...
Unfortunately, they'll find a different way to compensate. All right, last person. Oh, they're right next to.
The third person who had their vision taken is supposed to... Paimon heard that he's the present-day master of Meikyo Shisui art. Sounds... This is his dojo. Luckily, there's some people around. Let's go talk to them.
Nanako, don't worry. Sensei will be fine. Those thugs that challenged the dojo were strong, but he fought them all off in the end, didn't he?
Maybe, but I'm still worried about him. Things have gotten dangerous before in the past, but it's never shaken him. This time, though...
It's just because he's been possessed, that's all.
Hey there!
He lost his vision.
Who are you? I don't care whether you're trespassers or just here to harass us while... Don't make me draw my blade, or you won't...
No! You got it so wrong. We just came here to...
Disciple?
Yep. We've heard all about the mighty map, but then we got here and
From the way you're dressed, please accept my apologies. We've had so many people trying to cause us trouble recently that we're on high alert. You haven't arrived at the best of times, I'm afraid. Sensei got possessed recently, and he's still recovering. I see you are earnest in your pursuit. Okay, how about Sensei's name is Domon? A name I'm sure you've already heard. Though self-taught, he mastered the art of the sword to a high level. He then proceeded to defeat many other prominent sword masters, never losing a single
impressive
fight.
for a self-taught.
He once said that his goal was to become the best sword master in the world. And so, even while training us, he continued to hone his own art. His fervor truly inspired us, and we trained hard, determined to keep up with him. But then...
Not long ago, Sensei had his vision taken away. He hasn't been the same since. He says the strangest things over and over, and he refuses to let us train. Junya and I have discussed it, and we both think that he's being possessed by an evil spirit. So we've asked the shrine maidens from the Grand Narukami Shrine to perform an exorcism. But if I'm honest, I still have my doubts over whether he'll completely recover.
The Grand Narukami Shrine...
You haven't heard of it? It's the largest shrine on Narukami
Oh,
Island.
wow, it's glowing.
The head shrine maiden is reputed to have very close ties with the almighty Shogun herself. Not that we'd have any means of involving the head shrine maiden, of course. But even one of the ordinary shrine maidens from the Grand Narukami Shrine would have clear power and authority to perform an exorcism. So don't worry, Nanako. Sensei is going to be just fine. The exorcism will take place this evening.
So, losing your vision can cause possession?
No, that's not what happens. They're just... Wait for the nightfall. Okay.
Shh. So you decided to come. It's a good thing you didn't arrive in just now, when Nanako was attending to him. She heard him whispering a few names to himself. When she asked him who the people were, he suddenly looked panic-stricken and pushed her away.
Were those people he killed, maybe?
It looked like he was in great distress. He was covering his ears and looking frantically around him with bloodshot eyes. All the while he kept calling those names. Some of them we knew, others we didn't recognize. But they all seemed to be the names of sword masters he had defeated in the past. One of them was Anzai. He used to be a fellow disciple of Sensei's. His senior, in fact. But Sensei defeated him in a duel many years ago, and he has been a wanderer ever since. Sensei wouldn't stop calling his name. Thankfully, the shrine maidens managed to... The ritual has now begun. Oh, please, excuse me for a moment.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna be... Wait, is that the Domon?
Huh? Who's that sneaking around? We won't let them get away with it. Seems they aren't here. Should we keep going further up? Is this definitely the right place?
Oh, right. That was from a work quest I did in the Sayray Islands.
Aha! Suspicious person.
How? Are you sure you're Dome? Unless... I guess it's been a few years.
Excuse me? And what are you doing sneaking around these parts?
Bad news? I'll have you know I trained side by side with Domon back in the day. Long before... I don't care to talk about that time anymore. But if you must...
His senior? Wait, that means you must be...
Oh, I can sit and starting to get annoyed that Paimon does all the talking. The traveler just stands there.
Yes, that's me.
Banzai, okay.
Because I don't wish to see Domon or anyone else associated with... When we were young, we trained under the same sword master, studying Make-Yoshi Sui art together. I had begun training 5 years before him, and everyone looked up to me as a steady and dependable older disciple. Practitioners of Make-Yoshi Sui art seek to achieve stillness of mind, freedom from all agitation. But Domon was different. The first thing he did when he joined was go straight to our sensei and ask him, with a beaming smile on his face. Sensei scolded him and told him that the art of the sword should not be used for such vain ends. Sensei said that coveting the title of the best sword master, barely days into his training, showed that he had a fickle mind, and that this would impede him from ever mastering the blade. I thought so too at the time. But Domon began making swift progress in his training, and even started catching up with me. Only then did I realize that it was Domon who had long since freed his mind from all agitation. He was consumed by his singular desire to become the best in the world. He sought nothing less than perfection in the art of the sword, and nothing could deter him from this goal, no matter what stood in his way.
Sure sounds like he meant business. So how come you don't want to ever see him again?
Because until he arrived, I was convinced that I would succeed our sensei as the master of Make-Yoshi Sui art. Of all the disciples, I was the most gifted. I had trained the longest.
So you're salty that you weren't picking?
Domon's arrival changed everything. When we sparred, I lost not just the match, but my... Later, I heard that he sparred with Sensei, too. Sensei was advanced in years by then. After that, I wanted nothing further to do with him. Deep down, though, I still respected him. So, when I heard rumors that he had lost his mind, my first reaction was to dismiss them as false. How could he, of all people, have lost his mind? I decided to quietly come and see if it were true. Then, to my complete astonishment, I heard him so you see, Okay, you've heard my story.
Seems like we got it wrong. Still, Paimon's not sure we should bring him back with us.
Yeah, they're really trying hard to make us emphasize what's the anti... And let me guess, the escortism doesn't work.
What? You're saying he isn't possessed? Does that mean he's just lost his mind? But how is that possible?
He lost his vision!
No, I refuse to believe it. Something's clearly wrong.
He's missing his vision!
Nanako, please, try not to get agitated.
I am sorry. With what powers I have, I can find no sign of any malignant spirit having possessed Domon. But spirits may take a myriad of forms in this world, many of which I cannot claim to have witnessed myself. Thus, I dare not rule out possession with complete certainty. And all is certainly not lost, for I received word not long ago that Lady Yae has taken an interest in your sensei's case.
Lady Yae? Is that the same Lady Yae that I think you mean?
The head shrine maiden of the Grand Narukami Shrine? That's wonderful news! Then Sensei will be sure to recover.
Correct. Lady Yae is most knowledgeable indeed, and has abundant experience in the exorcism of evil spirits and aversion of great calamities. I am unable to say for certain whether an evil spirit has possessed your sensei, but Lady Yae can give a conclusive verdict.
Excuse me, Miss Inagi, but I must ask, should we prepare a greeting gift for Lady Yae?
That won't be necessary. All that is required of you is your timely arrival at the Grand Narukami Shrine. Lady Yai does not like to be kept waiting. I must leave now, but we will meet soon at the shrine. I wish Domon...
So are we going to the Narukami Shrine now?
Thought Lady Yai herself would have taken notice of our sins.
Do you mean to say that Sensei isn't renowned enough to deserve...
No, that's not what I meant at all. You misunderstand me. I just mean this is Lady Yai, the head shrine maiden. Anyway, given that you've traveled all this way just to meet our sensei, we, the disciples...
Sure! After all, who knows? Maybe we'll be able to...
Okay, so we're going... Need to meet up with the shrine. And... Kitsune tree.
Do you think that's Lady Yai? Oh, no wonder. Also, is it just Paimon? Or did she look right at us just now? It was probably nothing.
Keep away. Keep away from me. I gave up the art of the sword. Please, let me go, I beg you.
As you can see, Lady Yai, Domon has persisted in this state for some time now. He appears to see those who have lost to him in duels past, gathered all around him to persecute him.
Lady Yai, it must be a possession, right? This is nothing like him at all. In the past, no matter what came his way, he would always face it with a confident smile.
I'm sorry. It is clear to me that your sensei is not possessed by any evil spirit.
But then does that mean he...
Yes. This is a change in the person himself. Unable to cope with the tremendous pressure he was under, he suffered a spiritual collapse. With his wits impaired, he finally descended into madness. As one who is thrown into the sea, though he fights back desperately against his predicament, it does nothing to prevent his descent into the depths. As for what has triggered this change, I believe it must be the loss of his vision. For to be stripped of one's vision is to be stripped of one's ambition.
I like how they go, like, oh, he lost his vision, he went crazy. Oh, it must be possession. And they had to have the Hessian tribesman to do spittle it out for him.
Stripped of his ambition? But Lady Yai, even without his ambition, why should he suffer such a dramatic change? How does that explain his descent into madness?
Your school practices Meikyo Shisui art, does it not? Stillness of mind, freedom from all agitation. What a fine notion that would be if any in this world could ever hope to achieve it. There was once one who claimed to be indifferent to rank and reward, and who fled enraged when defeated by his junior. And then there was an aged swordmaster who was aggrieved enough that he crossed blades with a disciple he himself had taught.
Anzai and then the teacher.
Then, what of the one who crossed blades with his own sensei and beloved fellow disciple, and defeated them both? Can one truly unagitated, unagitated, of still mind in moments such as these?
Lady, I'm not sure I understand.
The path of the sword master is filled with twists and turns. It is no small undertaking to pursue the position of greatest sword master in the world. It requires one to take their sword firmly in both hands and cut down the hopes and dreams of others, even those of one's closest companions. Only a deep commitment to his ambition to become the best made it possible for him to rise above the pain of these encounters, to focus on the way ahead. When that ambition disappeared, he began to doubt himself. As he battled his growing anxiety, he slowly descended into the state you see him in now. Much like a certain fatally flawed friend of mine.
Is that a shade at I?
Poor Sensei. To think he's been suffering so greatly.
I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Father, Sensei, Onsai.
That's enough.
Huh? Isn't that Onsai? Where did he come from? Did he follow us the whole way here?
Onsai, why are there two of you? Is that you or a ghost? You're here for revenge, aren't you? I knew it would come. I never should have.
You're right to assume that my feelings towards you are far from kindly. But I didn't. It's been so long now that I made peace with it years ago. You did nothing wrong that day. I couldn't face the humiliation. I don't think most of the people you beat along the way would hold it against you. On the contrary, when you cut our ambitions short, we entrusted them to you, in the hopes that they might carry you further. Now I know that we can't place our hopes in you any longer, since you've been stripped of your ambitions too. But that is no reason to strip them of theirs. Follow the way of the sword all the way to the highest peak. You taught them that, didn't you?
But what if one day, the same thing happens to them? I put everything I had into trying to become the best. But what if it was all a huge mistake right from the start?
Oh, what ifs? I hate that. Oh, what if you fail? Well, you're gonna fail if you don't bother trying at all.
There's a chance they'll end up like me one day. I'd rather they stay where they are now than go any further down this path.
Have you asked them what they think?
Oh, that's the key #1 question.
Sensei, after you rescued me from the hands of the pirates, I can't know whether I will suffer in my future as you do now. All I know is that here and now, in the present, I wish to continue.
Oh, that really sounds like that right I herself.
I want to keep going until the day that I can stand before everyone with my head held high.
Nanako's far from the only one. Actually.
Goodness.
You see? You can place the ambition you once had in their hands. Being stripped of your ambition is something that's never happened to me, so I can't claim to understand it. But I do know what it feels like to have your ambitions crushed. That's what happened on the day that you so effortlessly defeated me. So, just as I once placed my ambitions onto you, it is time for you to release yours into their custody. You are not in the same position that I was. When I left, I had nothing to my name. But you have a great number of...
I understand. I'm sorry to have made you worry for me, and for the state of Miyakyo Shisui art. I no longer have the resolve to become the best in the world. The emptiness and suffering inside of me will not abate, so I cannot hope to still my mind and be free of agitation. But as your sensei, I shall commit to imparting unto you everything I have learned in my life so far. This is my promise. And I humbly ask Onsai,
what was that?
My senior, to hold me to my word.
You can count on that. I'd be checking in on you occasionally anyway, just to make sure you hadn't lost your mind again. But I am now used to the life of a wanderer. I do not belong in the dojo anymore, so I will simply stop by once in a while to make sure you aren't cutting any corners with them. Well, don't just stand there staring at me. Say thank you to Lady Yai and then get yourself back home.
So even though his ambition was taken away, his disciples can take it over on his behalf.
Traveler, a moment, please. Lady Yai has some words for you.
So, my intuition was correct. The wind that blows from afar carries fresh life to these shores. For us to meet now is premature. Nevertheless, you set foot on these islands at precisely the right moment.
Honestly, I thought we made her much later.
I have high hopes for you, child. Don't disappoint me.
Ooh, Lady Yai seems to have taken a real interest in you. She seems super mysterious. Paimon's so curious what she really meant by all that. We can come back to it another time. For now, we...
Alright, back to Kamisato. Although I don't think the Traveler actually gets on board until the first duel with the Raiden Shogun. Or because they were going to take Thomas's vision, and then they were take the Traveler herself. Just treat the Traveler themselves as a vision.
Fulfilled all your wishes! Huh? Ayaka! Huh?
Traveler, Paimon, it is a pleasure to finally meet you both face to face. I have heard all about how you helped our 3 friends. My sincerest thanks to you.
Yeah. Ayaka, how come this time you get to come out and meet us in person?
Because now that you have done the 3 things I asked of you, I consider you to be my friends. As you will observe, I dispense with the screen for Toma also.
Wait a second. But isn't Toma your, servant? Paimon's happy to help and all, but Paimon sure as heck—
Oh. Paimon, you are most entertaining. Toma is first and foremost my friend, and was so before he ever became my attendant.
My friend didn't get...
Okay then. Ayaka, you seem pretty different out in the open.
Request accepted.
Thank you both kindly. Back to the matter at hand. You have now witnessed the pain of those deprived of their visions. What are your feelings? Perhaps in the eyes of a deity such as the almighty Shogun, the lives of the thunder's roar, lightning's flash, the wind's assault, and the rain's descent. All these things take place with no regard for the feelings of the common people.
That black border is distracting.
But I believe that surely you understand what they must endure. It seems that perhaps now you can appreciate my feelings on all of this.
Wait, that's it?
In which case, perhaps you will? Really? Naturally.
All right, bravo, my lady. You were right all along.
See? I told you she wouldn't reject them. Now then, given that the remainder of our discussion pertains to matters of a more confidential nature, perhaps we could move...
What's it? When does the zone red?
Well, here we are again.
No, not that one. Oh, the last part of Act 1. So how far in Act 1 do I have to go? Okay. Okay, so this is the last. This next section is last.
Please continue without me. I'll keep watch.
So, what's the deal with this place anyway? What makes it your favorite meeting spot?
This is land that was gifted to the Yashiro Commission by the Shogun. The Kamisato clan has the exclusive right to plan, build, and repair any property on this land, and even to allow or deny access. Such privileges exist due to the Yashiro Commission's role in managing ceremonial affairs. Oftentimes, it is not appropriate to discuss details in front of bystanders.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
Paimon gets it.
Once the number of ceremonial affairs conducted in the city began to decline, our forebears built a tea house here. Only members of...
Makes sense. Perfect place for a secret base.
It's not really a
In any
secret
case, we can talk freely here. The almighty Shogun. She inspires awe, commands respect, and exudes a sense of absolute authority. It was her almost complete lack of any emotion.
Alright, the puppet.
In that sense, she appeared to me to be less of a ruler and more of, well... The issue is this. For the vast majority of people, the vision, after all, it is but a tiny minority of people who receive visions. Because of this, the attitude of...
Indifferent.
How can they be like that? Paimon's getting mad.
That's because you just keep meeting people with visions.
Nevertheless, in addition to us, there was...
Resistance? You mean like an...
Yes. Many who have lost or fear losing their visions have rallied together under Sangonomiya on Watatsumi Island to form a resistance group. To say a little more about Sangonomiya, historically, there has always been some conflict between them and the shogunate of Narukami Island due to their different belief systems. But I do wonder whether there may be some other agenda behind their resistance movement, beyond merely fighting the Vision Hunt decree. Of course! We have tried on numerous occasions. Unfortunately, each time a proposal to repeal the decree arrives at Tenshukaku, it is promptly vetoed by both the Tenryou Commission and the Kanjo Commission, and subsequently scrapped. They invariably adopt a stance of unconditional support for the Shogun's decisions.
Unconditional
They
support.
have no interest in discussing anything.
So they're not willing to tell the Shogun you're being stupid.
It almost makes one wonder whether they had a hand in the Shogun's sudden decision to issue the Vision Hunt decree.
Okay, so this kind of foreshadows the Futui involvement.
Paimon has...
Oh? What would you...
Have you got a plan yet to fight the Vision...
To be honest, we do not.
What?
Please, do not forget that challenging the Vision Hunt decree is tantamount to challenging a deity. Coming to terms with that is already a difficult step to take.
So what are we gonna do?
Well, for the moment, all we can do is try and reduce the harm that is being caused by this decree. For example, by providing vision bearers with safe refuge, or manufacturing counterfeit visions for them as a contingency measure.
You're telling Paimon that there are people out there who can make fake visions?
Don't
it's not that
underestimate
hard.
the talents of the craftspeople in Hanamizaka. To the naked eye, their counterfeits are indistinguishable from the genuine article. The problem we are facing right now is that Master Masakatsu, who was providing us with counterfeit visions, has recently been arrested by the Tenryou Commission.
Darn! So they found...
Yes. We knew it was not a long-term solution, and that it was only a matter of time if... Exactly. I feel the same way. But given mine and Toma's identities as part of the Yashiro Commission, breaking him out of prison would risk dragging down the reputation. By no means do we intend to place the burden of such a task on your shoulders alone. When you are ready, go to Hanamizaka and look for a fireworks shop run by the Nagamahara family. There?
So Yoimiya.
You want to know who you'll be meeting in Hanamizaka?
There it is. Oh, the smithy. Alright, I want it. I want it. Let's see. Do I want to make anything here? Probably not. The spears? No. That's no more useful. Ooh. Prototype star glitter looks nice. Normal and charged attack damage. Yeah, that's not gonna. I don't think that's gonna work. When a wheelchair is healed, restore energy. Can occur even when the character is not on the field. That might be good for Chivalrous.
Just hand it over. You don't want any trouble with me. If you think your elemental powers are enough to resist the Vision Hunt decree, then you'd better think again. Believe me, you're not the first of your kind we've encountered, and we've seen the same unpleasant outcome time after time. You'd best save yourself the trouble.
Can't you make an exception? I just got this vision. I won't even use it, I promise.
So this is the Vision Hunt decree in action, huh? We can't just sit around and watch things unfold, can we?
Psst! Hey, wait!
Huh? There's someone...
Come on! This way!
What's going on? Can't you see we need to go help?
Yeah, but we need to...
Quiet! Just sit tight and watch for a moment.
Hey, this isn't right, you know.
Just listen to her, Paimon.
Vision doesn't mean you can sit back and watch others in trouble. Huh? Hey, wait! You do have a vision!
And it's on open display.
Shh! If you don't keep your voice down, I won't have one much longer.
All right. Here.
Wise choice. All right, let's go.
What should we do now? He's already given up his vision. This is your fault. You're the one who stopped us from...
Paimon, shut up!
Many thanks, Miss Yoimiya. If you hadn't swapped me a fake just now, I'm sure I would have lost it.
No worries. You put on quite the convincing performance.
Oh, so that's what's going on here. And to think Paimon was about to unleash Paimonial wrath on Miss Yoimiya. Sorry about that.
Yeah, maybe you should have listened to her, Paimon.
Think nothing of it.
No, you shouldn't be let her off that easy, Yoimiya.
Same side. You just didn't know it, you know? Oh, right. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Yoimiya, the current owner of Naganohara Fireworks. It ain't much, but it's honest work. Great to meet ya.
Practically everyone on Hanamizaka knows Yoimiya. She's the queen of the summer festival. Without her and her fireworks, summer on Narukami Island just wouldn't be the same.
Whoa, that's quite the introduction. Paimon loves fireworks. It's nice to meet you.
Stop it, Hanjiro. You'll embarrass me. As for thanking me, you'd be better off thanking Master Masakatsu. He's the one that gave me the fake visions in the first place. His handiwork allowed me to keep my own vision. Whew, I can't even imagine trying to run the business without it. Ugh.
I mean, why do you have it on open display?
Yes, Master Masakatsu is a good man. It's too bad good people seldom get the recognition they deserve.
And shouldn't you be hiding that vision?
Mr. Matsukatsu?
Huh? Do you guys know him too? You don't say. Then it sounds like the Shirasagi Himegimi has a point, but if I just march straight in there by myself, I'd probably get Miss Kamisato in a whole heap of trouble. So, what about it?
Sure, welcome to the team. Ayaka told us.
Seems like I finally got a new job to do. Besides. So, Master Masakatsu is being held.
Whoa, talk about a reliable...
Not bad, huh?
Okay, so we're doing a breakout.
Him out.
And Paimon, learn to be quiet. We have a new waypoint? Let's see. I have to go through the front door. Don't mind me. Don't mind me sneaking into your backyard. I'm told. Police detention center. Yeah, sure, why not? It shouldn't be that hard.
Now that we're inside, this place is a whole lot creepier than Paimon imagined.
Come on, this way. As long as I certainly wouldn't want to end up locked away in here. Let's find we should split up. I've got a little
You sure?
Yes,
Paimon, be quiet.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire!
Yeah, this is it. Much better.
Talk about a big door! It seems we need to collect something shaped like Magatama in order to open it.
Paimon, how do you know what that is?
no touching. I can fix this.
I must withdraw. Show me what you've got! I've been bested.
Where am I going? Is that an elevator? It's a hovering magical.
Who goes there?
No one important. Just don't mind me.
This wall looks a bit odd. Maybe there's some special trick to it.
Yep.
These guys seem a lot tougher than usual. Paimon wonders if that armor over there has anything to do with the source of their strength.
Wait, am I going this way? Yes.
This.
Teach you a lesson.
Soldiers!
Access
quick!
denied.
Ow.
Why do they never miss? Teamwork is dreamwork. Blaze over.
I dare you! I must get them! I've lost! Yeah!
I've been bested. I need to train harder.
Here we go. Yes. Good. I was like, here.
Next on the edge. Huh?
Chess.
Doesn't that Magatama shape look pretty similar to the grooves on the door over there?
We're way behind schedule.
Door of Resurrection. There was a rather checkpoint.
Teach me a lesson.
No.
Show me what you've got.
No. Oh, do I have to kill them?
Boy, born of ice and frost.
Show me what you've got!
Nice and spicy.
Don't hold back! Show me what you've got!
I'm going in! Let's light it up!
Race you out of the frying pan.
I did! I must withdraw. Allow me. Then strike first.
We're way behind schedule.
Ah.
Don't hold back. I need to try harder.
She needs her. Have enough energy? Is that it? Recharge. 171? That's not too bad. Does she have a recharge? Or... Yeah, she does. Although it's a purple one, so not that good. Yeah, it might be better if you went with that. Let's see here. 170, yeah, close enough. Of course, I'd really, if I could raise its level too. Here's the. Here's the attack bonus. Geo. Back. Wait, wrong category. There's a energy recharge. There's another energy recharge. Oh, wow. That's a double crit stat. That's very nice. That's a recharge. Yeah, we don't really have this. The best one I've seen is probably this one, but I might want to save that for. I'll leave it like that. I might have to change it. Get that chest. Sweet. This should be the last token. Don't mind me. Oh, right. Bye. There. There's no. Wait. Nothing in here. Okay. Is the guy down here?
Look over there. That must be Master Masakatsu.
Did you really think that little trick of yours could fool us?
Yes.
Locking you up?
Oh no! Those Tenryo Commission brute.
If we don't come up with a way to break him out fast, then... Huh? Yoimiya, when did you get back here?
I can't bear to watch. If anything...
Hey, you there! What are you doing?
Ma'am.
Sarah.
We were just teaching him a little lesson, that's all.
Huh? Who's that?
That's Kujo Sara, adopted daughter of the Kujo clan of the Tenryo Commission. She's also a general in the Shogun's army.
Make way, let me have a look at him.
Kujo Sara. And she has like a little boot.
I'm sure you're well aware that torture is strictly against military regulations.
Yes, ma'am.
If you are unashamed of such disgraceful action, then you are also unworthy of the Tenryo Commission itself.
She has a vision. You need to compensate that.
Yes, ma'am. It won't happen again.
Oh, Paimon sure wouldn't want to get on her bad side.
Hey, this is our chance. Let's move.
Yoimiya, are you sure now?
Who is that?
What is that?
Quick, go and investigate.
Yes, ma'am.
They're coming! Quick, hide!
Paimon, shut up.
Sorry. I didn't mean to. Don't worry, I've got us covered.
Huh? Was that an explosion?
It sounded like fireworks.
Quick, let's hurry!
Don't they kind of...
Fireworks were enough to distract them. Maybe more than enough.
Fireworks aren't just for festivals, you know. I was particularly proud of this.
Yoimiya.
Well, fireworks are my craft after all. Every batch has to be spectacular.
Well, I begin to think this wasn't only intended as a distraction, but they deserve what they got.
It's clear.
Master Masakatsu! Sorry we took so...
Come on! We've got no time.
They're already back.
Oh.
Yes, leave. Before I let my judgment get the better of me. He's in serious condition. Be sure he gets immediate medical attention. But remember, once he's recovered, it won't be long until I bring him right back.
Well... You can bet we'll do all we can to keep...
Leave this place.
Ooh, yes. Nice.
We're finally out of that creepy place.
Yes. Finally up.
Master Masakatsu,
Don't worry. I think I can make it to the...
thank you. All of you.
Don't worry about us. Just take care of Master Masakatsu. Good thing we were able to rescue him.
Yep.
Right, Kujusara. Do you think she was making up for how the guards were treating him?
Probably.
It seems as though there are some okay people among the ranks of the Tenryo Commission. How about we go tell Ayaka?
Ale house. Yes. Wait, we're going. Oh, we're going to the tea house. Okay. No, no, don't climb that.
I see. So Kujo Sara stayed her hand. It would appear she still has some honor to her. I wonder if we should try establishing contact with her. Perhaps we could coax out some information.
Unlikely. Don't forget, Kujo Sara is also carrying out the Vision Hunt decree. She obeys the orders of the Raiden Shogun without question.
Blindly loyal.
In her eyes, Master Masakatsu is of no threat to the decree. This is why she was so willing to allow his escape. If our true motives were ever divulged, she would act against us without a second thought.
True. Though if you ask me, Master Masakatsu's release is an unexpected blessing. We are now one step closer to victory. And we couldn't have done it. You're turning out to be even more reliable than we expected.
Don't mention it.
Paimon, you were the least reliable.
Indeed. Things may have turned out very differently this time without the help of the Traveler. But if we wish to mount any sizable resistance against the Vision Hunt decree, there is still much to be done. It is time we make ready our next set of plans.
There's no need to rush, my lady. Things seem to have taken a turn for the better, at least. Not only have we rescued Master Masakatsu, but our list of allies appears to be growing. Yes, which reminds me. The Tenryou Commission seems to be making preparations for a celebration. They call it a ceremony of sorts.
Sounds like a trap.
And the number of samurai out enforcing the Vision Hunt decree seems to be waning. The days ahead may be more peaceful than usual.
It feels like a trap.
Ceremony, you say? Why would such a task be left to the Tenryou Commission?
I don't know, but I'm sure it has nothing to do with us. Anyway, with the Tenryou Commission busy with preparations, we should have a little more breathing room than usual.
You do present a good point. Being in a constant state of alert will only tire us further. Toma, what would...
I'd say a celebratory feast is in order. Might I suggest an evening of hot pot together? Funny enough, I learned a new hot pot game recently. I'm sure you'll find it quite amusing.
What's a hot pot
game? What's that?
Simply put, every person prepares an ingredient to add to the hot pot. Once the meal begins, then we take it in turns to close our eyes, pick an ingredient out of the pot, taste it, and guess whose ingredient it was. Anyone who guesses correctly can go again, and whoever finishes the meal with the most points is declared the winner. Tradition even has it that the winner receives blessings from the god of hot pot. Don't you think it sounds like fun? I've been wanting to give it a try. In fact, I've already...
You really do want to... Well, sounds like we've got our work cut out for us. Time to... Ooh! Paimon proposes we gather raging demon-level Joyun chilies! Super... This is already shaping...
Darn it, Paimon. You just spilled
it. It feels like Yoimiya's fireworks are going off inside me.
Who would have guessed that Toma would be the winner? He ate practically all those weird ingredients without a second...
Salt-crusted herring, unripe lavender melon, flash-boiled dongo, oh, and whatever that thing was that nearly froze my tongue off. Hold up, my life is starting to flash before my eyes. Time I call it a night, everyone.
You've only got yourself to blame, Toma. All those strange things you...
Oh wait, those are stuff he added. Oh my gosh.
But weren't you the one who added those little cakes, Ayaka? I think the Traveler ended up eating one.
Okay, we got some sashimi. Is that lobster, I think? I don't know what's over there.
Boiling cakes in hot pot? Ugh. Think of the texture.
Oh,
I must apologize. To be perfectly honest, I thought the cakes would be a tasty addition.
Uh-oh. I'm definitely not okay. I need to lie down.
To be honest, I'm not very sympathetic considering he brought it on himself.
I feel like a new man.
You know, Toma, all you had to do was guess wrong on purpose and it would have been someone else's turn. Talk about being competitive.
Guess I've been feeling unlucky recently and wanted the god of hot pot's blessing. Perhaps I did get a little carried away. Still, I couldn't be beaten at my own game first time around.
I think this game is rigged. He probably shaped all his own ingredients. So he's like, oh, that's totally mine. Okay, I'm gonna eat that. Oh, this was mine ingredient.
I think my luck has already taken a turn for the better. I can sense it. So without further ado, I hereby declare that the winner of today's...
Oh, brother.
Ah, good effort, team.
Yes. If the Tenryo commissioned and with the extra time...
Let's all take some much-needed time off. Half downtime is hard to come by these days. I'll tidy things up here and start...
There's gonna be a sequel?
Sure, why not? We should...
Bye, Toma! Seems we won't need to be visiting the...
Now I wonder what was the initial areas. Okay, sweet. Now I can do reputation quests for Inazuma. Oh wait, we have a whole bunch of new quests. Wait, are these the story quests for them? Yeah, I think those are the... Oh, so they actually make you do the story quest for those two, for Yoimiya and Ayaka.
Where do we go from here? What's the plan?
Traveler, Paimon, hold on.
Huh? Ayaka?
Something has come up, and I would like to request your assistance. But you ought not be nervous. This is not coming from the Yashiro Commission or the Kamisato clan. It is my own individual request.
What's that?
Individual request? You mean personal stuff?
Correct. It concerns my mother. This may seem a little sudden, but in my view, you are the A few days ago, I was sorting through some old family belongings when I found a
You
notebook
can't trust your own family to
mother.
what's this?
She wrote about all kinds of things, mostly of little consequence. But what drew my attention was a name. It is one that I have never heard before.
Probably your mom's best buddy, right?
Never. And although my mother and father passed away many years ago, both my brother and I are familiar with the vast majority of their acquaintances. So, I am very curious about this mysterious individual. I would very much like to meet them. According to the notebook, their name is Tsubaki. This seems to have been someone very important to my mother. Someone with a lot of personality.
Wait. Both of your parents are dead? Didn't you say your father's alive still?
Paimon thinks it sounds like a girl's name.
That's what I thought too.
So what do you want us to do? You need us to find her for you?
No. Her address is given in the notebook. We can head straight there. I wanted you to assist me with the preparation of greeting gifts. Please keep everything I have told you in strict confidence. The proper course of action would be to involve my brother and visit her together. But he is terribly busy at present, and on a more selfish note, I don't wish to involve anybody else from Inazuma in this matter.
Okay, I can get that. I can sympathize with not wanting to be a burden to someone who's busy. So I'm not sure why she's selfish.
That, and you are also a kind, well-mannered person with a
If she wants to
genuine concern
get
for
it
other
outside.
people. Not to mention trustworthy. I would not feel comfortable with anyone else in this situation.
You know, Toma fits that description.
You can count on us. We've done greeting gifts before, so we should be able to help. And
Wonderful. In fact, I was hoping...
Oh, we don't mind.
Thank you kindly. Shall we head off then?
Oh, that's
Styles in
over.
Kimonos is our first stop.
Alright, sounds great.
Okay. Okay. That's what probably we're going to do next trip. But before that, I want to see if I can do the reputation request now.
Race you!
Can I do a reputation request now? Tricia the Traveler, of whom Miss Kamisato has previously spoken. Madarame Hyakube. Okay. I'll play Morris. Even Ayato, the commissioner. We haven't even met. A public commission system. Oh, so it's based off the adventure convention system. Not that many. So this is all the world class for Amazon. I feel like I need repetition too before Kondakinzine. Mining outcrop search, mining discounts, buttercream, rice cake soup, making electrocute the resident stone. Here's a electro treasure compass. Oh, let's see. What do I need? I need 150 more for it. Might be easier to just do the Archon class. I'll probably have to do some exploring, but yeah, 3 watch story quests and then probably. Alright. Well, I think these 2 story quests would do it. Let's see what's my exploration progress so far. Ooh, that's 72. Tsurumi Island and then Watasumi. So I probably want to start doing these 2 islands. Maybe I'll do. I might do that off though. Anyways, I think this is a good stopping point for me. So, with that in mind, let's go find someone on. Let's find someone. I want to go find someone to raid. Oh, I kind of want to. Let's see. Her Girl Scout. Okay. Abelelta. I'm not sure. I'm kind of to raid Cleo. Yeah, I'm gonna just playing EU4. Bella is playing Monster Hunter. I'm on Girl Scout playing Pokemon. I'm gonna do Cleo. It's been a while since I enjoyed her streams. So I'm gonna now I do have vacation time set up. Before I take off, I do have some more time off set up. So I do plan to stream hopefully later today and tomorrow. I might do something different for later today. I don't know yet. Just to kind of change things up because I feel like I'm doing. Well, I do want to do more Genshin Impact, but I don't want to be just Genshin Impact. So maybe I might try to do something different later today. But tomorrow would definitely be Genshin Impact, as I'm sure I'm going to try to roll for Raiden Shogun. me see. Let's see. I work on Wednesday and Thursday. I have Friday, Saturday off, and then so Friday and Saturday off. Hopefully, I can make myself stream again. But until then, I hope you all enjoyed it. And until then, I'll see you next time. Have a good one.